All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Hold on. Got the lighting. Appreciate you being patient. It's having some technical difficulties on PC. What happened? What happened? Sorry about that. But yes, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you all so much for joining me today. It is Sunday, July 26th, 2026. Irfin, Verco, Ryan, Nick, Dwayne, Gothmog, Lady Gamer, Ray, what is going on? We have a surprise topic to talk about, something I did not think we would be talking about this month, let alone on a Sunday. How's my neck? It's actually doing a lot better, to be honest. I've been doing some of this physical therapy. I think it's been helping a lot. The past couple days, I've noticed an improvement that I haven't experienced yet. Now, I'm not out of the woods. I'll probably still have pain over the course of the stream. I'll have to sit down at some point, but I've definitely noticed a difference for sure. So thank you for asking, man. I'm going to play the new horror multiplayer game Mound. It's available now. I haven't heard of it. I'm not sure. I might have to look into it, Michael. Imagine you get a PlayStation 6 controller with no buttons and you have to pay to enable the digital buttons on it. What? Whoa. What are we talking about? Digital only PlayStation controller, bro. Absolutely. The future. I'll probably check it out after the stream, Michael. You said it's called Mound. I feel like I've seen this game pop up, but I haven't actually sat down to watch it. Multiplayer horror. Don't get too many of those. I know there's like a oh yeah, Universal Gamer, my bad. Sorry, yeah, it got caught up in the technical difficulties. Universal Gamer used his milestone chat, a member for 36 months. Universal Gamer, thank you so much for that, buddy. You know I appreciate that support. He says 36 months and counting. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you for reminding me too. Definitely don't want to miss the milestones. Appreciate all the support you guys have been showing the channel lately. You know that. We've been getting new members. We've been hitting member goals, which has been fantastic to see. I do want to let you guys know, if you are a member, look forward to a new gameplay commentary. I think you guys are going to be more interested in this one. That's coming up in probably the next couple of days. It's going to be members only. I'm looking forward to it. So please look forward to it yourself as well. But we're also going to be doing more members lounges later this week as well. And yeah, if you want to become a member to support what I do here, please consider doing so. Gifting memberships helps as well. But we are talking about God of War, Laufey, as well as the next Kratos God of War. And we also have a bunch of other gaming news to go over and talk about today. I never thought the abandoned days would be the end of gaming innocence. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, it is crazy to think. Times have changed, man. The abandoned days, they were fun, they were crazy. They were all over the place, but man, yeah, it's interesting to think that was in what, 2021? Microsoft will release a controller that needs Game Pass to work. Can't wait for Sony to break my controller because my subscription expired. What are you guys going on about here? That's funny. But yeah, we have like a surprise announcement, man. We have a surprise announcement. All right, let's see. From Sony, that is, not, with God of War Laufey. Not me. No surprise announcements here. Do I look tired? Yeah, I didn't get much sleep last night. I don't know why. I've just been having these random nights, and I don't know what causes it, where I'm just restless. Like times where I normally should be tired, I'm not tired, but I still want to get up early. I don't like sleeping in because I feel even worse sleeping in. So, you know, Dwayne, thank you, man. Cooking up good stuff at San Diego Comic-Con. But that's strange, Tribal Chief. Yeah, I mean, I got some weird comments on my last stream where I tried out Steam, and I don't know, man. People, I don't know what to tell people. You know, like I've tried telling them, I've tried explaining. I shouldn't have to explain anything, but it's like me choosing to expand my gaming horizons and try other things out. Um, I don't know why people are getting so upset about that. It's really weird to me. It's really weird. I think people are, if I had to guess, I think some people are not taking kindly to the fact that I am not going easy on Sony, that I am very much being as aggressive towards them as I can be within reason. And to that, I don't know what to tell people. I tried to tell them in the past. I tried to say and defend myself for years that, like, whatever you guys are labeling me as, I'm not that. I will go off on Sony when I need to. And it just so happens that this particular thing that happened, this is what set me off more than anything else Sony has done. And I think that's the case for quite a few people. But I've also tried explaining to people that if you see me playing on Steam, if you see me buying a Nintendo Switch 2, perhaps even playing on Xbox, although I don't know if that's going to happen, just because PC is basically an Xbox at this point. Don't take that as I'm throwing away my PlayStation. I'm done. It's over. That's not what it is. I'm just embracing gaming as a whole now, and it's fine. I think it was always going to happen. I just think that this was just a little nudge that I needed, a little late shove that I needed to do so, because I'm pretty stubborn. I think you guys know that. But no, you can't have my Pro. Did you not hear what I just said, Carl? This reaction was inevitable. I mean, I suppose it would be different if I was making it seem like I'm going to PC and I'm done with everything else. I could understand that. If I was treating this the same way I was when I left Xbox to go to PlayStation, I could understand people feeling a certain way, But I was a little bit disgruntled at some of the comments that I got on my last stream, where, like, people are being harsh towards me because they're like, "Oh, this is what you've." They said I was devolving or something, like you're going back. You've resorted to playing old games on PC, and it's like, what is happening? Like, what is happening? I don't know. It's just it's weird to me to see people acting like there's a problem with me playing other games. That's weird to me. I don't like that. Is it playing ads? All right, hold on. Yeah, there's been a lot of weird stuff going on with even my streaming software. Hold on. See if I can fix the ads. There we go. All right, I set it to manual again. Hopefully it stays that way. Thank you for letting me know. Always got to refresh it. I always have to refresh it at least once manually. So you say you're an Xbot. But yeah, the truth is, I'm not. I should have played Crackdown 3. That would be funny. That would be funny. A little too on the nose, though. Yeah, what's wrong with old games as well? What's wrong with old games? I mean, yeah, I know there's always going to be fanboys because I've been covering one platform. And listen, to be fair, PlayStation's still the main platform I'm going to be covering. Absolutely. Like, that's not, I think that's obvious that that's not changing. I just think that some people, there's this, I'll give you an example. I put out this post on Twitter and I got annihilated, like, in a way that I never have before. I got annihilated by, like, PlayStation fanboys, where I put out this post and I said, we'll see what the bottom line results end up yielding, but Sony's in full marketing mode for Wolverine and for God of War Laufey, and they announced a new Kratos God of War game. And I admit, maybe I overextended my reach here. I worded it poorly. I said, from what I can tell, there seems to be zero excitement on the internet. Obviously, that's hyperbolic. I shouldn't have said zero, because that's literally not true. There is excitement. But the point I was trying to make, though, I think people overlook the point. The point I was trying to get at is that Sony has gotten in their own way in a way that I find staggering. Where it's like, you would think people would, I see some people being excited, but it's just like, this problem that Sony has is like it's getting in the way and overshadowing these other things. Where if you do see any level of excitement for Wolverine or for something like God of War Laufey, it should be significantly higher than what you're seeing. It's being kind of like whittled down. But yeah, people were really pissed that I said that. They were really pissed. People calling me an idiot, just straight like you're going to be an idiot. You're going to look like an idiot when it sells millions, and it's like, I didn't say it won't sell millions. I said there's not much excitement on the internet. Now, I said there's zero excitement on the internet, so a bit hyperbolic. And the Universal Gamer comes in and kicks it off today, decides he wants to pay it forward here and drop a single gift.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let me know if the soundbite worked. I'm not hearing it on my end for some reason. Why am I not hearing it? Hold on. Can't hear anything. But thank you for that, Universal Gamer. I will add that to the count here. Yeah, guys, do me a favor. If you enjoy the streams, if you enjoy what I do here, take a moment, please hit that like button. Hitting a like button lets me know you enjoy it, and it helps with YouTube's algorithm. Consider supporting the channel directly. You can become a member, gift memberships, super chats, direct donations. These are all ways in which you can support what I do here. I simply couldn't do it without you. Did the soundbite come through, by the way? Ghetto God, you're saying your excitement for Wolverine is at 0%, but your excitement for Laufey is at 85%. Okay, so I heard that. The sound bites are playing. Okay, I just can't hear them for some reason. PS Contraband with a $2 chat direct donation says, seen a post about you on Reddit/PlayStation saying you moved to PC. LOL, wasn't expecting that. Last I'd seen it, over 220 comments. Bro, what? Nuh-uh. That's gotta be a joke. You're saying it's the PlayStation. This isn't the official PlayStation subreddit, is it? Like the big one? There's no way. "18 hours ago, one of Sony's biggest..." I love how Capono's comment is the one that's screenshotted too. And it says, "I can see you got overwhelmed by all the settings." You're right. I apparently made it to the PlayStation X subreddit. One of Sony's biggest supporters, MBG, has officially joined PC after Sony's recent blunders. Will the rest follow? MBG sucks. That is all. Bro, I really thought you were joking. That's insane. That is insane, bro. What is wrong with people? Why do people just make up narratives that they want to make up? I did say I'm moving to PC. Oh, man. That is some funny shit, though. This was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake, but people just need to listen. They just need to listen to what I'm saying. They need to listen. They're not listening. You know what's funny? You make some kind of declaration like, "Oh, I ain't playing Wolverine," or some shit like that. Oh, they hear every word. They're like, "Loud and clear, buddy. We got that." And they'll understand every word there. You say something like, "I'm not switching from PlayStation to PC. I'm just expanding, and I will play on PC occasionally. I will play games in different places occasionally." They're like, oh, he's gone. That's some funny shit, dude. Let's go check. Wow, it's got a lot of replies. It's got 277 replies. I'm flattered. PS Contraband, you made this, didn't you? You made this post. Mr. Veggie with a $2 chat saying, been playing Crimson Desert all weekend, addicting. I've heard very good things about Crimson Desert. I've only heard good things about it. Oh, I got eyelashes falling out. Moonshot with a direct dono says, say what you will, but the fact that Laufey was just announced and is coming out in less than a year. Sorry, what the hell is going on in my eye? Let me try that again. Say what you will, but the fact that Laufey was just announced and is coming out in less than a year is fantastic. Look at the other side. And look to the other side, and Xbox still has multiple games that were announced at the launch of this gen that still haven't released. This will be Santa Monica's second release. Great output. I agree. I am shocked it's coming out in February, dude. I thought, yeah, it could be like an early 2027 game. I didn't think it was February. I'm impressed. But you know what? It makes sense because we've been following this for years, Moonshot. We've been following the fact that not just Corey, but, you know, the whole team that's, well, Corey's overseeing it, but the whole team that's working on Laufey, they've been doing so for like 5 or 6 years. And that's why we were always like, it seems like this game's got to be announced any day now. But then it's like, oh, yeah, there it is. It's like, oh, maybe it'll be out in a year and a half. It's like, no, it's out in like 6 months or something. It's like, what? I agree. It's very impressive. And you know what's even crazier is the fact that they announced the new Katos game that's coming afterwards. I think that may be much further along in development than we think. And I think one of my theories that I had may end up being true. I had this theory that I think they're working on these games in tandem with one another. There's going to be the Laufey game or, you know, the Fey game. But then there's like the God of War Egypt game, potentially. A separate God of War game. Because we've been hearing rumors from like Tom Henderson about it. I think this might confirm that. So I agree. Kratos 2032. I mean, it could be further out than we think. Let's check out some of these Reddit comments, though. Look at this. Hold on. I gotta bring this up on a separate screen. You guys got to see this. I am shocked that I've somehow made it to a Reddit post like this. The next Reddit post will be MBG's loving his 5090. I don't even have a 5090. Shut up. You're loving it. Dude. This is so funny. Meanwhile, you got like certain PlayStation fanboys being like really upset with me. They're like, oh my God. They're calling it the Pony Civil War up in here. We got the Pony Civil War going on. All right, hold on. Let me, I don't know. I don't actually have a screen capture for Reddit, but I don't know if this will show. I don't know if this will come through. Let me see. It's good enough. It's good enough. For some reason, there's like something wrong with my keyboard. I can't expand it. So I'm just going to have to deal with it. Whoa. This is weird. This is weird. So this is a Reddit post that I was just informed by. One of Sony's biggest supporters, MBG, has officially joined PC after Sony's recent blunders. Will the rest follow? LOL, see you on day one for GTA 6. I already talked about this. I already folded. We already went over this. All right? I'm not going to cut myself off from games. I'm not doing it. Clown. Am I a clown? Probably, yeah. For being so I'm standing on my business. I'm going to game. Buy games. That's fine. But it's funny because when you read these, like they think I left. They think I left PlayStation, bro. Completely. Like I'm done. That is funny. That is funny. Yes, on an Xbox. MBG sucks, that is all. Oh, yeah? Uh-huh. I suck, huh? All right. There's Reddit for you. Who the fuck is that? My name's getting out there. Going to PC's getting my name out there. Who the fuck is that? MB who? All right. Former Xbox fanboy who switched to PlayStation in the latter half of the Xbox One era, and I guess he's switching to PC because of the PlayStation disc situation. Sounds like a legit grifter. Indeed. They got me pegged. I'm a legit grifter. Oh, look at that. I'm not just a grifter. I'm a legitimate grifter. Kind of an oxymoron there. But it's funny. It's funny that that's the reputation I have when in reality, people don't have to believe me. It doesn't matter either way. I've told this story numerous times to people that actually I grew up with PlayStation. My first console was Nintendo, but after that was PS1. Ghetto God, calm down. I knew somebody was going to say something. My first console was PS1. My second was PS2, and that's where I spent a massive amount of time. The 360 is what won me over. The 360 gen was really the only true gen for Xbox that was, I would say, awesome. The Xbox One was troublesome. This is going to blow their minds. You ready, though? You ready for this? This is going to blow Reddit's mind. I did game on PC as a child and a little bit as a teen. Yep. Turns out I did do a little bit of PC gaming. Now, I'm not saying I did an extensive amount. I'm not going to bullshit. But I have some experience. And actually, as a kid, played a little bit more than you would think. There was this one Army Men game or something. I was addicted to it. All right. The people who comment on stuff are children who have serious internal struggles. Best not to throw stones in a glass house. Thank you for the stay hydrated, by the way, Danny. Staying hydrated. Oh, wait, hold on. Is somebody defending me here? Sounds like a legit grifter. Somebody says, how is he a grifter? Preferences change and people aren't beholden to one console or platform. Oh, well, thank you, Z random person. How kind of you. You know what a grifter is. Y'all acting like PlayStation's a football team you support or something. Dude's going to be streaming Game Boy games eventually. Oh. I just think this is crazy. I don't think I've ever had a Reddit thread on me before. So this is new. This was unexpected. This was not on the docket today. Mr. Veggie, you're saying getting passport because this country is tarred. It's just tarred, bro. Don't know if I can blame you. But sometimes it just feels like the whole world's kind of like this now. You know? Game Boy stream when I played Game Boys. Yeah, I had a Game Boy Color, had a Game Boy Advance, had a Game Boy SP. As soon as they transitioned from Game Boy to what? The 3DS or whatever, Nintendo lost me. Nintendo lost me around that time, like completely. Like I just literally didn't follow them anymore. I had a GameCube and I had a Game Boy Advance SP, and then after that, I was just gone. They still haven't won me back. Switch 2, though. Can't wait for Pokemon Blue commentary member lounges. Oh, dude. Dude. Those were the days. Those were the days, man. Pokemon Yellow. What else is being said here? So he was never a true Sony fan. Oh my God. He was never a true Sony fan. Also, why is he switching to PC, which is all digital? I feel the people going after Sony for all digital also need to add Steam into the hit list due to them being all digital. Bro said all digital like 4 times. What? Okay. Darvender says the PC digital market is different to Sony. You can buy PC games from various stores. You can also purchase Steam games from outside of Steam, so there's more choice. Who gives a shit? I have no clue who Yude is. Also, there's a strong chance he'll be back, even if he doesn't want to admit it. As much as people want to pretend otherwise, the reality is that a majority of gamers can't be bothered with settings and all the minor inconveniences associated with PC gaming. They just want to sit down, not think and play. That's what PlayStation offers. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm having fun. This is fun to me. I'm having a good time reading these Reddit posts. Oh man. They act like you took a blood oath. It is, you know what, man? It is funny. It gives me a new perspective on things. Never go full fanboy. Never go full fanboy. Does MBG have a subreddit? I don't think so. If there's some kind of secret subreddit on me, I'm not aware. MBG just wondering, I know you're a big fan of Mafia the Old Country. Are you going to play the DLC out in August? It depends. There's quite a few. There's things coming up in August that I'm definitely making way for. I don't know if that's going to make the cut. We will see, though. But yeah, I did play Mafia the Old Country. I really enjoyed it. Got the platinum. So, you know, being able to experience the DLC is nice. I always struggle going back to games, though, with DLC. It's always a struggle for me. I don't know why. Like, once I finish the game, I kind of move on. And sometimes I'll go back to games. But every time DLC comes out, it feels like it's always at the most inconvenient time. Read one in your best Homer Simpson voice. I don't think I can do a Homer Simpson voice. I'm not even going to try. I've never attempted a Homer Simpson voice. Not going to try it. Let me see. What other responses do we have here? Who? It's hilarious to think that gamers think there's some kind of important aspect of humanity. I didn't make the thread. I didn't make this thread. I do not think I'm important. Hellbound made me eat catnip recently. It's true. Hellbound did make me do that. He did make me do. Thanks, Hellbound. Messed me up. One of Sony's biggest supporters, Glup Shitto, has officially joined PC. I'm at a loss at this point. Bro called me Glup Shitto. A grifter changing the grift. Who would have known? Yep. Yeah, I changed the grift. That's what it was. A guy whose entire career is on a PC is going to stop playing his PlayStation and exclusively play on his already established PC space. Who is this guy? Dude, I love the amount of people that are like, who is this? Who is this man? Oh, man. I made it on my Ghost account. I'm the one who made this thread. All right, I'll just do a couple more here. Wow, look, guys, 131 likes. Sony is over. Y'all so parasocial and performative. Who? You make a post about a random nobody and ask if people will follow. Anyway, OP is so parasocial, he thinks everyone knows who this guy is. Meanwhile, no one in the comments knows who he is, including me. I know, but only from Twitter. Didn't know he had a YouTube channel. That's crazy to me. That's actually really fascinating to me. It's really fascinating to me that there are people out there who literally think MBG is just a Twitter guy or like a Twitter account. They have no idea I'm a YouTuber, and I've been a YouTuber like well before I was doing Twitter. That's interesting. Who? Never heard of this guy? So brave. Who? A YouTuber try Steam. Okay. He's a clown and he played a PC game because he had his viewers pay him to do it. He's still a pony. Zypherpunk. Zypherpunk, I see you. I didn't make my members do it. I didn't make my channel do anything. I was going to be playing on PC either way. All right. I just added incentive for that day. I did it on the fly. Do you think that's how I wanted to do it? No. I would prefer to do it on my own time, relaxed, not having to deal with whatever might go wrong. All right. This guy got overwhelmed by settings on Left 4 Dead. He should keep his ads on console. I didn't get overwhelmed. All right, I'm sorry. Let's get out of here. That's enough of that. That's funny though. You got to be kidding me, man. PlayStation guy can't even go play a game on Steam without causing a whole problem. But here's the important. See, I guys, the opposite is the opposite of what I was hoping would happen is happening. It's becoming more and more about me. It's not supposed to be about me. It is not muscle-bound grifter. It's not supposed to be about me. All right, it's about Sony. We need to get Sony to fucking listen. Me doing my whole PC thing. It's not so much about like, take that, Sony, take that and shove it. Like, cool if that's a thing, but the real reason is because, I want to expand my horizons a little bit. That's all. I want to do what people on my channel have been asking me to do for a long time, which is we want you to still play on PlayStation, but we want to hear your thoughts on other things too. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it is. Too many options. Power Boss, what's up, man? What is the deal with the PS6 controller leak? We'll go over that. Yeah, I have that up. Mr. Veggie, you're saying, MBG, are you excited for Exodus, the new Mass Effect like? I've heard of it. Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't know if I'm excited for it. I gotta look into it more before I know. We got Hellbound 1981. Yo, bro. Hellbound 1981 comes in. He drops 5 member gifts for you guys. He wants a catnip train.
All aboard!
He wants a catnip train. Hellbound wants me to eat catnip again. We hit 50. We'll feed the beast. I'll feed me some catnip. I'm going to feed me some catnip. Hellbound, thank you so much, man. By the way, guys, if you end up getting gifted a membership, do look forward to some members exclusive content. I did a gameplay commentary last week, my first ever on the channel. Been getting really positive feedback on that. So if you are a member or if you get gifted a membership, go check that out. We did a members lounge last week. We're going to have a new gameplay commentary coming out this week as well, among more members lounges. Looking forward to my next Steam game. Yeah, I don't know what my next Steam game is going to be. To be honest, I know it's a ways from now. I know it's not right around the corner, but I think my next Steam game might be Gears of War E-Day. That's the one I'm kind of really eyeing right now. Of course, I mean, I know that there's a lot of really small and like just kind of like fun, what do they call them, like friend slop games and stuff. It's not really my forte though, to be honest. But I'll see if something comes up before then. I have to see what's going on with Phantom Blade Zero as well. That's another one. But thank you for the jewels. We have Virtual Man with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Virtual Man. He says they call you a grifter if you switch systems because the company behind it is being a scumbag, and they call you a fanboy if you show support for the same system. You just can't win with these morons. Yeah, I know, Virtual Man. And that's the thing. Like, I used to get upset. I just can't anymore. Like, I actually think everything that's... not everything. It's not good that we're losing discs. But I just think this whole situation, it's kind of like almost helped me out in a sense on a personal level. It's like I used to care, and now I just realize, like, dude, this is the epitome of you are truly damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So just do what you want. Do you, man. Just do you. Because, this is how it's going to be regardless. And, that's what I've settled on. MacTube says he'll take a gifted sub. We'll see if we can get you one today, MacTube. I think MacTube and Mini Tom. I know Mini Tom. I don't know if he's here right now, but he's been trying real hard to get one. Some of you guys are hopefully not too far down the line. It's because that's what fanboys do. Wouldn't have mattered what you did if it's not what they do. Just do what gives you what you want, whether it's a disc or the best digital value. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do think that when it comes to the whole fanboy side of it, I understand that I've been labeled a fanboy for a long time. And I do think that part of that is because, not all of it, but part of it is because I have said, and I still maintain this, that a lot of what has been offered on the PS5 generation, I have enjoyed. Not all of it. I watched this video yesterday. I was thinking about reacting to it with you guys, but I don't know if I don't want to do that right now. Uh, who was the what was the name of the YouTuber? He had an interesting name. Blandrew? Is that his name? I don't know who this is. I never heard of this person ever, but I came across this video they made about Sony, and they were like covering a lot of the things that Sony messed up this gen. And I'm like, yes. Now, their whole stance was they're done. They're like moving away from the company and not supporting them at all, which is understandable. But I know you're not calling me a fanboy, Tribal Chief. I'm just saying that like people I think have this. They've always had, a lot of people have had that mentality towards me, or that view of me. And I've had like fanboy moments, I guess, but I've always tried to make it clear to people that like there are limits. I've had a higher tolerance threshold than most people, but you know, it's why like right now, like dude, I even like this is why you even see some content creators where like they do prefer digital, but they're still coming out. You know, and being like, nah, this ain't the way. Yeah, I don't know who this person is, by the way. I just want it to be known. This was the first video I've ever seen from them. But I did enjoy it. Oh, he's a Nintendo guy. I wouldn't have known. Well, the things he pointed out in his video were all, I will say, I had no idea. If that's a Nintendo fanboy or somebody that made that, I would have never known, because the things that they were pointing out. Now, granted, I think he said in the video that he's not really interested in most of Sony's first parties. I'm like, well, that's where we differ. But it was a bit of a reminder of like, oh yeah, this is what Sony did this gen. Like they had some good stuff, in my opinion, absolutely, but they really messed some stuff up, man. They really messed some stuff up where it's like, bro. Oh yeah, I have that up. Irfan. We're gonna talk about that, hopefully. All right, got a couple of chats here. We have Mr. Veggie says, Witcher 3 DLC / Witcher 4 Exodus Fable FF7 Rev 2027 RPGs. Yeah, 2027 is looking really good, man. I mean, the last couple of years have been very good, I think, and each year seems to get better and better. But I'm telling you, just from the it's from the business side. The game side, things are great. I think the business side is what's kind of ruining it for a lot of people. But yeah, RPGs in 2027, it's looking strong. Tarnished Gamer with a $5 chat says, I saw that weirdo Jamie on Twitter going after you the moment you expressed negative opinion on Sony's recent actions. Yeah, like, dude, the reason why people like that do that is because that's all they have. Like, that's their way of just adding chaos into it. And it's cool. Like, I don't take it personal, you know? I mean, look, man, I have to just put it out here as simply as I can. If the only reason people liked me was because I had good things to say about PlayStation, I'm very okay with you not liking me. I'm completely okay with that. Like, that's what it boils down to. Obviously, I want people support. I want to have a good community. But like, I like to think I've made it clear throughout the years that through my numerous meltdowns, I've had a lot of very good things to say. I've defended Sony at times, absolutely, but I've had numerous meltdowns. I really would have thought that the really, really die-hard PlayStation guys, and I mean really die-hard, I'm talking the guys where it's like, it's not healthy, you know? I really thought that they would have, now granted it was a while ago, but they would have saw my reaction to The Last of Us Part 2, and that would have been their kind of, oh, so like this isn't somebody who's just going to support everything Sony does no matter what, or like this isn't somebody who's not going to voice their any negativity towards PlayStation. I really thought that that would have, like, that was a big time for that. Or more recently with me expressing my frustrations with Sony's live service. But I don't know. I guess some people, it's just the disc was the last straw. They didn't like the way I was reacting. And I don't know what to say to those people, man. Like, support me if you want. Don't. It's no hard feelings. It's fine. Sony's still going to have, like, their studios are still going to have good things coming. Notice how I'm not shit talking Wolverine. Notice how I'm not shit talking God of War Laufey. I don't know. I don't know what people want. All right. But yeah, I do think that I think that right now, some people don't like the heat that's on PlayStation. And I love the heat that's on PlayStation because I want them to break. I want them to fucking cave and give in. I put out another post here. Again, these posts that I put out, they're not very popular, or at the very least they upset some people. But I said this a couple of days ago. I said, crazy to think that whoever made the disc decision at Sony just tossed the company's reputation into the shredder. I'm not talking about numbers on a graph. I'm talking about public perception and the long-term impact it can have. This isn't going away. They really screwed up. And yeah, people can say what they want to me. They can try to gaslight me and others and be like, "Oh, it's just your algorithm, man. You're only seeing what what it wants you to see." And I'm like, really? Is that why my wife told me the other day? She's like, yeah, I was scrolling through Facebook and I saw people talking about this. Now, she doesn't follow anything gaming related on her Facebook. And she was like saying, like, this is pretty wide reaching. Like it's breaking it's broken the containment, I guess you could say. And that's why I just feel like, I'm not saying it's got to be the only thing you talk about. You don't have to hyperfixate on it, but I just don't like the fact that some people are trying very hard to convince themselves and convince others that, like, this isn't a big deal. And it's like, it is actually. Like, you don't want it to be, and that's fine. You're allowed to have your opinion on it, but it is a big deal. It's going to remain a big deal. And listen, here's the best thing I could say to, and I'm not saying this to be overly negative. I'm just saying it to be honest. I mean, I feel like this is a given, but maybe some people don't see this. To the really, really hardcore PlayStation fanboys that are involved in this space, I'm not talking about the ones that are not on forums, on YouTube channels, the people who are not engaged in the conversation. I'm not talking to them. For those who are really hardcore PlayStation fanboys that are engaged in the space, understand that no matter what happens in the coming months, this is coming back with a vengeance when Sony announces the PS6. So whatever excitement you have for the PS6, just be prepared. This is going to be tethered to it. It's going to be locked in tandem with it. And some people are not going to like that. But that's not your fault. That's not my fault. That's just Sony's fault. So do keep that in mind. Mr. Veggie, you're saying if no discs, then perhaps the RM rights will be used. I still think that the only possible win state for Sony at this point is when they announce the PS6 and we're talking, they're like, oh, it's a digital only future. The only win state Sony could have is if they announce, like, yeah, we're giving you ownership of digital games and we're going to let you sell your digital games or something, like we're going to really change everything in the digital ecosystem. If they do that, people, I think, would accept it. But I don't think Sony wants to do that. I don't think Sony wants to do that unless they're forced, to be clear. But yeah, it's weird, man. Some of the reactions I've seen from people, it's weird, but it's weird times. So weird times call for some weird reactions, I suppose. We do need to talk about God of War, though. WCCF Tech says the God of War Laufey SDCC, or San Diego Comic-Con panel, has delivered two big announcements: the game's release date, and that another game featuring Kratos as the main protagonist is currently in development. God of War Laufey was previously rumored to launch in the first half of 2027, more specifically between February and March. There won't be much of a wait for fans, as the game is now officially slated to release February 16th, 2027. I mean, that is shockingly soon. And it is a PS5 exclusive. As for the next Kratos game, Santa Monica Studio had already suggested there would be more stories featuring the character. Corey Barlog confirmed that such a game is already in development and will connect directly to God of War Laufey. Quote, everything we are doing in the Faye game is a continuation of what came before and a setup and expanding what comes next. Frank has been around since the beginning. It's interesting to see how to build this world out. Everything in the game is setting up for something amazing. Let me see. It says, this confirms what we already reported. The much criticized Cosmic Cube Frank was featured in the story since its very inception. So, I mean, like, are they setting up in the future we're going to be seeing Kratos hanging out with Frank? Frank's going to be his companion for a little bit. Then it's official. God of War Greek Saga remakes will not be on disc. Correct. You're right. See, Rich Rod has arrived. You were already incredibly hyped for Laufey, but how the next mainline Kratos game will pick up directly where Laufey ends increased my excitement even more. Yeah, I mean, it is exciting to get the next Kratos God of War game confirmed and announced. I think it is exciting, for sure. Mr. Veggie with a $5 chat says, to be fair, most digital games don't get delisted, just AI slop and dead multiplayer games like Concord. That's true. I mean, it's not like a super common thing. I mean, look, man, I'm going to pivot from this for a second because there's something else I have here. Left 4 Dead's writer, Chet Falasek, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, hears you crying about PlayStation's decision to end physical game discs in 2028, and he's shoving your own fist in your mouth to make you stop. Jesus, who wrote this? You cause your own suffering. He wants players to know. Quote, you, the consumer, have made a choice, and your choice is for digital, he says plainly in a new YouTube video on the subject. Quote, I keep seeing this like, oh, they should do memory cards. They should do, right now, today, the games we were talking about are available at retail today. The used games are available at retail today, and you aren't going into retail and buying them, end quote. Continues saying, unfortunately for the thousands of commenters spamming Sony's Wolverine trailer with pitchfork emoji, he's right. Circana Industry Matt Piscatella has revealed only 7 PlayStation games managed to crack 100K physically this year. Even worse, quote, anybody who's reporting software sales right now and they're doing digital and retail, they're all underreporting, end quote. I don't know why it's so broken up. Because they're not reporting Steam. Let's not even get into mobile. And what was Game Pass? Game Pass is digital only. You, as the consumer, have forced the large corporation's hand, and you've told them stop with retail. Once you apparently regretted your decision to invest almost entirely in digital, you didn't start buying Crimson Desert discs while you could, nor did you abstain from making digital purchases altogether. Now it's too late. You should have started protesting Game Pass and stopped buying Xbox games and stopped buying digital, but you didn't. because it's easier. And that's what he said. And I find this interesting. We'll hit this from two angles. On one hand, he is correct. Oh, thank you, MacTube. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see in the future, MacTube. I'm glad you liked it. On one hand, he is correct. The market as a whole, it's not the entire market, but the larger market, it's like, yeah, we buy digital. But here's the problem with this. And this is the thing that it creates the conundrum. It's not everybody. That's the problem. It's not 99% of people. It's not 98% of people. It's not even 95% of people. There is still a market for physical games, period. Like that is the point, in my opinion. While he is correct, it's like y'all asked for this. I think what he's highlighting, and I agree with this, he's probably highlighting that there are a lot of people now chiming in, now getting all upset, but in reality, it's like, how many digital games have you bought this in the last 5 years? And it's like a ton. Like, I've mostly bought digital. He's probably talking to those people. He's clearly not talking to those who have mostly bought physical. People who have mostly bought physical are doing their part, and they are the market. They are still the market for those physical games. But I just think that we need to be careful here. I got to be honest. We need to be careful. I don't think it's wise to place all of the blame on the customer and the market. You know? I don't think it's fair to do that. I think that it's fair to acknowledge it, and it is a fact that it is a big part of the reason. You know? It's a big part of the reason. Why? Hold on. What's this back and forth in the chat? Guys, stop talking about the power of the PS5 Pro. All right? PS5 Pro is powerful. That's all that matters. All right? Games look good. Calm down. How did I like my Steam experience the other day? It was pretty good. It was kind of what I expected. Mr. Veggie, you're saying Evercade is the modern day equivalent of old physical. Maybe some people say the Pro is greater than a 4070, but it's not. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Here's what matters. What are you playing on? What are you playing on? Are you playing on Pro? Do you like it? You playing on PC with a 4070? Do you like it? That's what matters. All right? That's all that matters. Oh, God. Sorry, stop that. Stretch my neck a bit. But yeah, I just had to throw that out here because it's like Sony does have a fact on their side, and the fact that is on their side, yeah, that's true, Rich. The fact that is on their side is, yeah, most people are buying digital now. Look at how many people are buying their games digitally through the PlayStation Store. That's true. But where Sony is wrong here is, again, not waiting and forcing it. That's where they are wrong. Where it's like, this is why I can't stand, and it does get annoying to me. I can't stand when I encounter, and I see this mostly on Twitter. I see it sometimes on my channel too, but mostly on Twitter, where it's like, just get over it, man. Like, discs are dead, physical's dead. And it's like, you're wrong. Like, did Sony hire you to say that? Did they pay you to say that? Because if not, you really shouldn't say that. You know? You really shouldn't say that. Yeah, Tarnish, just cool. It's not, it's fine. You know? I don't want to see people. I don't like to see people fighting in my chat. Everybody just get along. God damn it. Listen, if you don't know what to do, just be angry at Sony. All right? Just be angry at Sony. No, I'm not. I don't think nobody has to get banned. It's not that serious. No. Just ask people to chill out. It's fine. But that, not you, hey Tarnished. But this is where, like, I just think some people miss the fact that Sony could have just done the right thing, which is they were going to get their way in the end no matter what. No matter what. That's the whole thing is like, sure, it's the consumer's fault. No, we didn't force Sony's hand here. What about all the people that were buying physical? All the people that have amassed collections. Now, sure, it's like that, but that's not the majority. But they're still there. They're still doing it. That number is not less than 1%. I saw a fucking tweet from Sony's own account today showing off their new vinyl record player. And I'm like, is this some kind of sick fucking joke? For real, I couldn't believe. I'm like, what? Did you guys see that post? I'm not saying they're exactly the same, but it's like the bigger picture point. It just really is emphasized in that instance where here's Sony. I know, it feels like they're trolling, dude. Oh my God. I'm like, bro, you gotta be kidding. This is painful. Why are you doing this? Makui Ninja, you're saying PS5 launched with digital and disc drive, and the majority spoke and wanted physical, at least as an option. Well, I mean, yeah, that's true, but the irony is like so many people bought those physical, or not physical, but those consoles with a disc drive and then like never bought a physical game. But no, you're right. You're right. That's exactly. People would like to have the option. Seems like sometimes people don't care about having the option until it's taken away. In my opinion, you should either switch to PC or switch to. If you buy Wolverine, that isn't going to change their minds and you'll be disappointed come 2028 when they don't reverse. I mean, I've kind of taken the stance that I don't. It's not that I don't think Sony will change their mind, but it's like I said, if Sony's going to change their mind, it's not going to happen until the PS6. Sony can withstand the heat right now because there's not a whole lot going on. Things are already kind of locked in. There's no uncertainty. There's no uncertainty around GTA. There's no uncertainty around Wolverine. There's no uncertainty that people are going to continue to buy their games this holiday season. What there is a massive amount of uncertainty around is the PlayStation 6. And I really do firmly believe that this is going to come back to haunt Sony. I do. I really think that. That's not, maybe there's a little bit of wishful thinking there, but it's like, I really think Sony's going to hit the wall, dude. And they're going to be like, oh my God. Like, we didn't think a year later when we revealed the PS6, people were still blowing up our socials and people were still dogpiling on us. I think even the people who are dipping out right now, taking a step back, I think they're going to come back. I'll be there. I mean, let's just face it. I want you to imagine, here's the first trailer revealing the PS6. Here it is. This is what it looks like. Ooh, it looks really sleek, looks really nice, looks very PlayStation. Right, here's the DualSense 2, and then it zooms out and it shows it, and then it puts like $1,000 or maybe even $900, maybe $800 perhaps price point next to it, and then everybody's going to be like, it's digital only. Where are the discs? I'm telling you, man, you're going to see Venom from Insomniac. You're going to see Venom announced at the PlayStation 6 reveal event, and you're going to go on the PlayStation YouTube channel to watch that Venom trailer, and every single reply is going to be like, We want it on disc. We want it on disc. Discs at most cost 50 cents a piece. Why did I say 50%? If their narrative was true, then movies and music discs wouldn't be on the chopping block. It's a profit control thing, not a disc sale thing. I agree. It's so hard to move away from this conversation, man. I don't want every conversation to be dominated by this, but it is difficult to move on from it. It is because, and I'll be honest, man, it's Sony. They're the ones that are making it hard. The reason why they're making it hard is because they're just pretending nothing happened. And it's like, dude, something did happen, and you're not addressing it. I feel like every time we talk about PlayStation, there is just an elephant standing there. I don't know. I mean, maybe it is because I'm talking to an audience, but it's like, even when I don't care what anybody says, like if you're online, if you're looking at what's going on, like if you're just following PlayStation, it's like you're seeing this. You are seeing this every day. It's gotten to a point where like it sucks to even try to follow what Sony's doing because you know this is all you're going to hear about. This is it. This is all it is. And that's why I'm like, Sony, are you out of your fucking minds? Why are you just letting it burn? I still don't get it. I just can't wrap my head around it, man, where it's like I've never watched a company let their goodwill just burn in the open like this, man. It's so fucking weird to witness. Because you know what? Even if you go back to Xbox One, people are like, well, it took them a month. It took Microsoft a month, you know? But at least Microsoft was trying to defend themselves. They weren't right, but like they were trying to explain themselves and they were trying to like win people over. At least they did that. Sony is just like, we're not even looking in your direction. Like that's crazy. That's some crazy business decisions being made, man. Let me see. Yeah, by the way, guys, make sure you hit that like button. If you are enjoying the stream and you want to help it out, hitting the like button helps a ton. And I was just about to say it. I was going to say, consider becoming a channel member or gifting. And then Corey, the legend Landiga. Long time no see, Corey. Hope everything's well on your end, bro. He comes in, he drops 5 memberships, and we know why he does it.
I'm no hero.
We know why he does it.
Never was. Never will be.
Boss. We have other topics to talk about too. But yeah, Corey, thank you so much for the member gifts, man. That brings us up to 11. So we are making some solid progress today. Love to see that. I love Tarnished ended up earning a membership or getting gifted a membership. What are the chances? So weird. So weird. Remember, everyone, gift 50 and MBG gifts 5. I got it. Gift 50, Rich will gift 5. Rich, you got me covered today? Move on and talk about something else. I mean, I do have other topics we are going to discuss, but I don't know. I still have this flicker of hope that Sony will change their mind, man. I mean, I do just want to say this last thing, some food for thought. We don't know if there's like a battle going on inside of Sony right now. There could be, you know, there could be a lot of people at a high level at Sony being like, what did you do? We have to change this. We have to reverse this. And a lot of argumentation back and forth where maybe there is a real consideration. Maybe we have no idea, but I like to believe that there's some conversation happening. Doesn't mean it'll go in our favor, but PS6 will die. Yeah, Rage bait, clickbait video. PS6 will die a painful death. We have a virtual man with a $5 chat. He says Sony's hoping we go through the 5 stages of grief and ultimately land on acceptance before the PS6 lands. I mean, perhaps, but Sony's in for a rude awakening when the PS6 is announced. I'm not saying there won't be people excited. There will be. And I'll do my job here when the PS6 is announced. Same thing with Helix. We'll cover all of it. I'm not just going to only come at it from one angle. But I do think if that is what Sony's hoping for, they are in for a rude awakening. People are not going to let this go. We'll see if Boss ends up showing up. And Brando of Doom, a member for 2 months. Thank you, buddy. He says, when are you going to do gameplay videos out of memberships? I'm not sure. I mean, I did just do some... well, hold on. I want to ask this question, Brando. When you say gameplay videos, are you talking about like gameplay commentary videos, or are you talking about like me live streaming gameplay? When it comes to gameplay commentaries, I don't know that I'm going to do them outside of members content. At the moment, I do want to make that members content because I genuinely believe it's a valuable form of content that members can genuinely appreciate, where it doesn't feel like it's leftover. You know what I mean? That's one of the things that I've struggled with members content is I don't want people who are getting members content to feel like it's just kind of obligatory leftover content that I just have to put out there because you're paying to support what I do here. I've been fixated on this for a long time where I want to have a form of content that feels like this is worth $5 a month for, you know, from this content creator that I really like. So when it comes to gameplay live streams, we'll see what we can do. I'm sure I'll be doing some type of gameplay live stream in the coming months, considering the barrage of games we're going to be getting. Boss might miss you. I'm sure he does. Yeah. Hold on. I'll see if I can get him in here. Well, Clark's here. We'll see if he comes. Release date, you say? Yeah, Leo. Oh, there he is. Leo, yeah. God of War Laufey, February 16, 2027, officially confirmed. Irvin, you're saying, I remember when the internet said the Odyssey would flop hard. It's now tracking to pass $1 billion. It's very important to remember that the internet, it's often a vocal minority. That is true. That is true. Clark. All right, I guess Clark will go first. Normally, I wait till we hit 25 to feed the beast, but yeah, that soon, Leo. February. Hold on, guys. I have to go light an incense. If you don't mind. Enjoy, Clark. I have to keep it peaceful in here. Okay. Keep it meditative, you know? No, we'll be good. Any word on the trilogy remakes yet? No. Other than it's not going to be on a physical disc. We know that. But outside of that, no. I will say this, Corey, in case you missed it, and also Leo. Corey Barlog he straight up confirmed during the San Diego Comic-Con panel, he said that the next Kratos God of War game is coming after Laufey, and it's going to connect directly. And he didn't say this part, but I feel like he was hinting at it. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. It might be further along in development than we thought. Boss, come back. Boss. Come on. Don't leave. Clark was just finishing. Boss. I can't believe he just left like that. Well, Corey, you got a boss cameo, I suppose. It's the best I could do for you, man. Oh yeah, Irfan, thank you. Thank you. Let me bring that up. That's a good idea. Hold on. So this is Corey Barlog. Frank, what's going on, man? Cats everywhere. I know. So here it is.
Yeah, I was actually talking to the director of the next Kratos game earlier this week about all the different things that are going. Oh fuck! Did I just announce the next Kratos game? Okay. Code of silence, people. I need everybody to just forget that you heard that. Kratos is in another game immediately after this directly connects to the events of Laufey game, but I don't say anything about it to anybody. You gotta promise. It's very important because I can get fired if you tell anybody else. But yes, the franchise is going in some pretty amazing directions, and we have some really awesome people that you get to see talk a little bit about their experience of working on the latest project. Yeah, I was actually talking to the director of the next Kratos.
So there you go. Obviously he didn't. It's like, just so we're all on the same page, Sony said he could announce that. He didn't. At least I'm pretty sure. Unless he actually did leak it, but. Wait, what's wrong with my title? Oh, I did. Yeah, my title is wrong. Thank you. I didn't realize I had spelled it wrong. Eric Williams is the director. It seems like he might be. Sony told him to announce it. They're trying to distract the internet. Well, it is still a cool announcement. They did pretty much confirm when they first announced God of War Laufey. They did say, yeah, we're going to have more Kratos games, of course. But I don't think anybody expected them to just, or at least expected Corey Barlog to just come out and be like, yeah, we're working on it right now. It's coming right after Laufey. And the fact that Laufey is coming in February is like, whoa, okay. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Rich, stop it. Titus, what's up, man? Mr. B, you're saying it makes you even more excited for Laufey? Well, I mean, here's the interesting thing. If you are somebody who does care about physical games, God of War Laufey will be one of the last first-party PlayStation games to get a physical release. I think Intergalactic is coming out later in 2027. That'll probably get a physical release as well. Intergalactic could be the last physical release from Sony. It could be. But yeah. I mean, I think what was so surprising about God of War Laufey, or at least the announcement, thank you for that, Tarnished. Yes, that's just what we needed in the chat. The story is going to be 67 hours long. No. The most interesting thing about God of War Laufey is they announced it and they said, yes, this is the next mainline game. And that was what made it so surprising. We thought it was going to be a prequel. We thought it was going to be something that, you know, was kind of like its own standalone thing and separate from the God of War. It's like, no, this is the next main line. And then the next mainline game after Laufey, that'll star Kratos again. It's going to be very, very interesting. They're doing a lot with the God of War universe. The context they provided made God of War Laufey much more appealing. Yeah, I agree. I mean, even what they were just showing in the gameplay, how all the things you're experiencing as Faye in this game are happening alongside everything you played in God of War 2018, God of War Ragnarok. I do think that's very, very cool. And it's going to be really fun to see how they intertwine. And it's going to be, I mean, obviously, it goes without saying, it's going to be incredibly interesting to see where the story goes. Where does it end? You know, like, what does it set up next? They keep saying this Frank character is really important. The remakes will probably play a major role. I feel like the remakes are coming much later than we think. I feel like it wouldn't be too surprising if the remakes actually came after the next mainline God of War game. So like Laufey, then we get the next game with Kratos, then after that we get the trilogy remake. Because they really did emphasize that, like, this is in super early development. What's interesting is the way Corey was talking about the next proper Kratos game. He didn't make it sound like it was super early in development. Said there's already somebody directing it. There was this undertone of, like, we've been working on this for a little bit. At least a little bit. You wonder if time moves linearly in the Everyone. Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting thing, too, because people were highlighting, they're like, oh, when Kratos reaches down to lift Faye up, it coincides perfectly when Thor, like, temporarily killed Kratos and then brought him back to life. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. You think Kratos, the next Kratos game will be 2029, the earliest? Yeah, I don't think it's going to be like 2028 or something like that. I do still think they need some time. But it seems pretty clear that they, I don't know, they want to do something much bigger with the God of War universe. Rich, you're saying Saul Gavhouse calling bots soy boys on agenda-free TV. Gavin, I'm assuming your name's Gavin, but Gav, is this true? You were calling bots soy boys? Boom. Rich, you didn't join in? I'm shocked. Rich was just sitting back, watching. He's like, Gav's got this. I don't even know what you're talking about, I'll be honest. Also, is that a channel? Agenda Free TV? I don't know what that is. Santa Monica is making 2 games at once then. I think they're making, they're finishing up Laufey. They're working on, it's a news channel. Okay. They're working on the next mainline God of War with Kratos, and they're probably in early pre-production for the remake trilogy. Are we just going to ignore that Santa Monica Studios being another first-party studio lapping Naughty Dog this gen? Well, I mean, we've talked extensively about Naughty Dog's mismanagement and the pressure. I will maintain what I have said many times over when it comes to Naughty Dog, and it is simply that the pressure is on. Santa Monica they're doing work this gen. Insomniac is doing work this gen. Even Guerrilla Games did work this gen, although it seems like they're going to close it out with a whimper. even a closed down studio, Blue Point, even they got a game out at the launch, you know? So, Naughty Dog, we're going to see what happens with Intergalactic. I'm hoping for the best. You know, I've said many times over, I want that game to be good. But are you able to link that to me directly, Irfan? Because I actually don't even have Discord on the on my PC. It's only on my phone. Yeah, losing Blue Point was tough, for sure. Does development time actually matter? Look at February. That's 100% market saturation. I mean, I will say I kind of wish that Laufey would come out in January or March or something. Because, yeah, February, it's stacked, man. It's completely stacked. And we have Ravenhelm Gaming. Ravenhelm Gaming. This is the first time I'm seeing this person seemingly coming in and dropping membership gifts. They just dropped 20 member gifts on you guys.
Holy shit.
Ravenhelm Gaming, bro. That just came out of nowhere. W gifted. Let's get W's in the chat. I got to start bringing that back, guys. W's in the chat for Ravenhelm Gaming coming in and dropping a 20 on you guys. He says, just dropping in to show some support. Hope you and the fam are doing well. Oh, it's Seeds. It's Seeds. He's got a new name here. Plot twist. Okay, I didn't see that. Well, Ravenhelm, formerly known as Seeds, thank you so much for that, man. Family's doing pretty well. You know, we're just trying to enjoy our summer, I guess. I mean, I guess I'll say it's a little bit unfortunate. This summer has been riddled with storms. Like, we have had some good days, and the past couple of days have been nice, but we also just keep getting massive thunderstorms that seemingly last for like the entire day. So that's kind of gotten in the way a little bit, but gives me an excuse to just, you know, do what I do best. Stay inside and do nothing. I'm just kidding, but thank you so much for that, man. I really appreciate that. That was very kind of you. I'll add that to the goal. That takes us to 31, guys. We're at 31. So I had set the goal to 50 today. You know, never sure if we're going to hit that, but we are within reach. We are 19 away from hitting that goal. And you guys have been obliterating the goals the past couple streams. So thank you so much. MacTube, I know, bro. We're still trying. Focusing on your reviews and platinums. I love the Viking stuff. And the Ravenhelm was the special operations branch of the Vikings, and I like it. That's pretty awesome, dude. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I'm glad you told me because I would have never known. I've basically dipped out on social media when it comes to following anybody or anything, frankly, because I get too overwhelmed with stuff. I'm chronically on the internet. I'm trying to do better. I'm trying to like pull back as much as I can. It's an ongoing journey here on the channel, but I appreciate you letting me know, man. I'll definitely have to check that out. Go check it out now, actually. And Corey, the legend Landiga, comes in. He drops another 20 on you guys. Bro.
Holy shit.
Don't say anything about catnip, because then Hellbound might come back again. Corey, the legend Landiga, follows it up with another 20 gifts. MacTube, were you able to get one, man? We're trying. W's in the chat for Corey and Ravenhelm, bro. Tag team, and just like that, the main goal of today, I said it higher. I said it to 50. You guys just obliterated it. We're now at 51. Incredible. Thank you all so much. More catnip. Don't make me eat more catnip. We hit 100. I'll eat more catnip. Only if we hit 100. I ain't eating that shit unless I have to. The hell's wrong with you guys? Don't make that a thing. I'll do what I gotta do to support my family. We got to make it 100 for more catnip, so be it. No, but really, thank you guys so much. I do want to let you know, I'm going to continue to remind people, really trying to build up the members' content. I'm looking forward to doing that in the coming weeks and months. If you are a channel member, if you get gifted a membership, you are now gaining access to exclusive members-only content that is here on the channel. Take some time when you're ready and check it out. I have a gameplay commentary that I put up. It's a 30-minute gameplay commentary. I have another gameplay commentary coming this week, one I'm actually looking forward to recording. I really think you guys will appreciate it, especially those of you who've been on the channel for some time. I think you'll appreciate it. I'm not trying to overhype it or anything. I'm just saying I think it'll be a nice little trip down memory lane. And yeah, we'll have more members content as well. We're going to be doing members lounges. Come September, we're going to be bringing back Morning with the Misses. That'll be members exclusive as well. So thank you guys so much for all the support. Simply could not do it without you. MBG hashtag digital for life. Yeah. Of course. Of course. All right. I think I have a couple of chats I have to read as well. Let me... Hold on. Irfan, thank you for sending me the link, although I think I missed it. Hold on one second, guys. For some reason, my chat is being weird. Okay. Sorry. YouTube's glitching out again. I don't know why. God. All right. We are good now. Okay, I have a chat from Did I miss it? Oh, Armani. Okay, my bad, dude. I kept scrolling over it because I thought it was one of the member gifts. It was a milestone chat. Armani Pepsi Coleman comes in 8 months as a member. Thank you, buddy. He says a lot of people have the debate. Insomniac Miles loses against Captain America, but Miles is stronger than people think, right? I don't know. I mean, I know Spider-Man is extremely strong. I don't know what Miles Morales' strength is. I mean, he, based off of what I've seen, he seems very strong, maybe just as strong as Peter Parker, but Captain America is really strong too. I don't know. Chat, who are we thinking? Who are we thinking? Are we thinking if it's Miles Morales up against Captain America, who's winning that battle? Who's stronger? Who's stronger? I mean, I kind of lean more towards Captain America, honestly. That's what I'm leaning towards. Miles. Powerball says Cap. Flowduck says hashtag Noy Dog, hashtag goat status. It's not the question I asked, man. Frank says he thinks Cap. It's got to be Captain America. Irvin, you could try sending the link one more time. Depends on which Spider-Man. Captain America picked up Thor's hammer. That's true. Miles' Venom Strike is goated, though. Miles is getting folded. It seems like most people think it's going to be Captain America coming out on top there. Bro. Hold on. What is this? Hold on. Huh. So it seems like people are finding more and more instances in looking back at God of War 2018 and also Ragnarok and kind of seeing based off of the first 20 minutes of gameplay we saw from Laufey how those things might line up. I don't know. I don't know. What do we think? Does that look legit? Very interesting. Gotta love the internet. Yeah. How do people figure this stuff out? Tarnish Gamer saying even better matchup: MJ with taser versus Cap. MJ with the taser. I'm gonna say MJ with the taser. Just give her a gun. Give her a taser gun, and nothing can stop her. Changes Ragnarok entirely. It kind of does. It kind of does. Honestly. Sorry, I had to grab my chair. I gotta sit now. Plot armor. Heard Doctor Doom is insanely powerful. This was from a comic nut deep in the lore. I did check out the Doomsday trailer. And it looks good. Yeah, I have to admit. It looks good. We do have some other topics to discuss, though, guys. We're not done yet. Armani Pepsi Coleman says Insomniac's Miles has superhuman strength, but Captain America does too. I guess we would have to see what Insomniac's version of Captain America would be like to properly gauge that. Because, yeah, Insomniac's version of Miles has superhuman strength, obviously. And he does seem like he basically matches Peter Parker, or very close to it. Did you finally destroy the obnoxious chair? I didn't destroy it. No, it's way too expensive to destroy, but I can't really sit on it when I'm in pain. Yeah, just because it comes all the way up and presses against the back of my head and neck, can't really sit on it. Yeah, I saw that in the trailer. I thought that was crazy too. He stopped Thor dead in his tracks. They just announced Ryan Gosling as Ghost Rider as well. Yeah, that was rumored for a little while, I think, wasn't it? And I guess the rumors turned out to be true. It'll be interesting to see Ryan Gosling as Ghost Rider. Speaking of Ghost Rider and Marvel, has anybody played the Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls beta? I did download it. I admit I think I'm going to try it just because it's a free beta. Did I see the new controller patent for PS6 with no buttons? Digital only controller. I will bring that up. Yeah, that is a topic I have. MBG, there's a post that advocates for a PlayStation blackout, which suggests players to stop logging into PSN from August 23rd to August 30th. This is huge. Have you seen the campaign? I have not. Tarnished. Where can I find that? I mean, it's an interesting idea. I don't think you'll be able to get enough people to do that. Like, dude, that's the week that... Why that week? That's the week that Metal Gear comes out. What the... why? I'm a Yodo. You did play it, but you didn't win a single game. Damn. Cloudy, you said it's really fun. Yeah, I heard it's having some issues on PC, apparently. Ghost Rider's really good in Tokon. Cap seems too cheesy. He's too cheesy. Mystic reposted it. Legacy Killer posted it. Let me go check this. Yeah, I haven't seen this yet. Why that week though? Hold on. I'll go look now. Okay, so Mystic Ryan reposted this. Let me see if I can bring it up for you guys. This is interesting. Sorry. Says Sony wants to abandon fans. Let's give them a small taste of their own medicine. Together with other creators, we call for a 1-week hashtag PlayStation blackout in August. No logins, no play sessions, no purchases on any of Sony's platforms. It says for several years now, Sony Interactive Entertainment has continued to grow further apart from its fan base, whether it's closing beloved studios like Bluepoint, pursuing a misguided live service strategy, canceling fan events, leaving PSVR 2 to die, which, yeah, true, or being completely out of touch with the franchises players want to see return. PlayStation has never felt more disconnected from its community. Ending physical discs in 2028 feels like the last straw. We understand there's only so much SIE can control, but with the decisions that are within its control, the company continues to mismanage the strong position it inherited from the PS4 era. There are so many issues with PlayStation right now that bringing back physical games would only be meeting players halfway. There's still much more SIE can do. We miss Twisted Metal, SOCOM, Sly Cooper, and Resistance. We miss PlayStation Experience. We miss Japan Studio. With that, we are calling on PlayStation players to participate in an economic and gameplay blackout from Sunday, August 23rd, starting at 7 p.m. local time, through Sunday, August 30th at 7 p.m. local time. Players can participate by turning off their consoles or logging out for several days. We feel this period gives publishers and developers minimal impact while still giving players a voice. Hashtag PS blackout. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. We have Rich Rod with a direct donation. He says, next time you Fruit Nuggets want to come at Titus, me and Gav House will take you out to Southward Newark, NJ, and give you the Scottish Stomp out led by Titus. Bro, what? And bro, Ravenhelm, a.k.a. Seeds. Ain't no way. Hey, yo, wait, hold on. Am I seeing this right? Did this man just drop 50 member gifts? What? What? What?
Holy shit.
Oh, I got one for you. Ravenhelm. I got one for you, bro. Here you go. Only very few get this soundbite. Please tell me the soundbites are playing.
I'd rather not be in, but the cream will rise to the top. Oh yeah, outside interference. Yeah, in my moment of glory. Yeah, no, I'm living
Unbelievable.
a nightmare, and I am the cream. On balance, off balance, doesn't matter. I'm better than you are. Yeah, I'm on.
You'll have to tell me when it's over.
Way. And nothing is gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me.
There you go, dude. That's crazy, man. No, I'm not. You don't make me eat the catnip. That's not fair. He says you don't need to eat the catnip, LOL. Just a thanks for being my friend. Some people online were dicks, and it would be easy to join in, but you were cool to me, so thank you. It means a lot. Oh, well, that means a lot, man. That means a lot. I really appreciate that. You didn't have to do that, bro. That's crazy. You dropped, is it 70 memberships today? And yeah, I know how it can be, bro. I've been dealing with my own stuff too. I know you've gone through stuff, and you know, I mean, it's just the sad reality that people can be cruel. You know, they can be cruel, and there's no rhyme or reason. They just are, you know, and you know, that's why it's like anytime I see people kind of getting dogpiled on, like, unless it's something truly warranted, like they really did something horrible to deserve that, you know, I look at stuff and I'm like, I think people take the internet too seriously, and I think that they use that as a justification to be able to treat people that alongside the anonymity of it. They use it as a justification to treat people like dirt, man. And I've never liked that. I've always been against that, because it's just, I know what it's like, and you know what it's like. You know, you're just people, and it's, you don't have to like somebody, but you also don't have to be a complete asshole to them. So, but did it gift you a membership? Is that what it did? That happens, man. That does happen. They're gonna want me to, yeah. If you want the cat, I'm moving it to 125. That's right. Now I'm gonna be the villain. You want the cat? You want me to eat? You want this grown ass man to eat catnip? Maybe if we hit 125. This ain't fair. This ain't fair. Not like this. Doc Dark says, this might be my first chat on here. Just stopping by to say hi and respect on calling Sony out when you did. Peace. Well, thank you for that, Doc Dark. Aren't you the guy that I swear it's like that image of you kissing a Series S? Is that the one? Unless I have the wrong person. I might have the wrong person. But thank you for that. I appreciate the kindness, guys. I do. I really, really appreciate it. It really means a lot, you know? Okay, so that is, okay. Great picture. Great picture, by the way. Yeah. I remember seeing that on an article one day. I'm like, bro, what? That's some funny shit. But I appreciate that, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you. We got Doc Dark in the chat. We got Raven's Helm, a.k.a. Seeds. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I mean, by the way, Raven's Helm, I don't know if you're going to continue to try to do YouTube or not, man, but I will say, like, some of the stuff you were putting on there, it was good. It was good. You know, you're not doing anything wrong. You're trying to appeal to what YouTube seemingly, or what you would assume it wants. It wants something high quality. It wants something, with good production value and all that. And it's a shame, man, because, like, I'll tell you, sometimes people come to me. It's not too often, but occasionally people will come to me and they'll ask for, like, advice on what they should do for to make it on YouTube. And it's so crazy is, like, when I started YouTube, it was back in, actually, guys, exactly 1 month from now, I think, is going to be my 10-year anniversary on YouTube since the time I created my channel. We'll have to do a celebration for that. Where's the time go? But I remember when I first created my YouTube channel in 2016, dude, things have changed so much. I mean, I know that kind of goes without saying, but it really is, where it's like, if I had to start YouTube today, I would have no idea what to do. I mean, other than just the basics, like the absolute fundamental basics, outside of that, it's like, I don't know. Things have changed so much, man. That's why I continue to emphasize how grateful I am for the community I still have, and the people that still tune in, and the people that still watch, and the people who've been rolling with me for a while, because things are changing out here, man. And it can be very hard to keep up, because you look around and it's like some stuff's just kind of unrecognizable anymore. Going to do reviews and platinums, but will not be doing any early information. Yeah, probably. I can understand that. It's probably for the best. Gets too hairy, That's why I was always hesitant to ever try to do that. I've thought about it, and I've gotten very close before, but I'm like, I don't know, man. People are crazy out there. People are vicious. Your reviews after 100%, which I really enjoy doing, so you'll continue to do those, but that's it. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, you could make that work. I mean, I don't know how long it would take. Nobody knows. You got to just kind of, have a little bit of luck on your side, but as long as you keep the quality up and do your best and really try to, be consistent with it, I imagine you could find some reward in that, But I really appreciate the support, bro. That means a lot. This man dropped 70 memberships for you guys today. So I will once again say, I will put emphasis on it because we got 50 people gifted. If you are in the chat, if you got gifted, when we are wrapped up here today, please go check out some of the member exclusive content that I put out. I'm going to be putting more member exclusive content out in the coming weeks and months. And yeah, let me update that goal. All right, so here's what we'll do. He said I didn't have to eat the catnip. Actually, I think where are we exactly? We're at 102. He said I didn't have to eat the catnip, so I'm not going to. But if you guys deem it necessary, 100 memberships is more than enough. Okay? Like, I don't need more than 100 memberships. It can help, but I don't need it. If you guys deem it necessary to have me eat catnip again, if we hit 125, I'll help calm me down a little bit. But we don't have to do it. Don't do it. All right? No, thank you, guys. All right, let me move the Feed the Beast logo. Feed the Beast, that now means me. How long? Hold on, though. How long until I get some cat ears? Oh, we hit 100 members? Time for MG to put the cat ears on and eat some catnip. Rich, let me check your... Yeah, hold on. I fell back a little bit here. I'm not eating a whole teaspoonful. I'll die. I'll choke. We got to go. Yeah, we'll go back to talking about this PlayStation blackout thing. Rich Rod, you're saying here with a direct dono, don't forget the agreement. People, let's give MBG a 150 to 200 subs a stream. That way he keeps up with his agreement. If not, you are all full of soy, zesty boys. Oh, the agreement of, what did we say? Every 50, I'll do 5. Dude, I can't. I wouldn't be able to do that every stream. I would have to plan that out. I would have to plan that out ahead of time to be able to make sure I don't end up causing some kind of negative feedback loop on my own channel by doing that. But yeah, if we keep, I'll tell you this, if we keep getting higher member goals or hitting, goals, consistently as the days and weeks go forward, that's probably something I'll be able to start doing more often, which would be great. It would be a great feedback loop. I just it's gotta balance it and calibrate it correctly. No, don't say that, Ray. Hey, brother, quick question for you. If it's too long to answer, it's okay. What made you leave Xbox for Sony, and what would it take for Sony to do something that would make you go back to Xbox? The number one reason I left Xbox was, and I was hesitant to do it at the time, because I was doing YouTube at that time, and I had this small to medium-sized following, and I did care about it a lot. I'm like, dude, I don't want to lose what I created here. It's all I got. But the thing that made it was Crackdown 3. It wasn't literally just Crackdown 3, but basically it was Xbox's inability to deliver any truly meaningful first-party games that made me feel like this is the high quality standard that I expected. I waited for games like Sea of Thieves and for games like State of Decay 2. Sea of Thieves, I was extremely let down by when I played it, because I'm like, there's like nothing here. It was like, now granted, Sea of Thieves survived and it's seemingly great now, but I remember at launch it was like, dude, there's like nothing here. And I felt disappointed by that. State of Decay 2, I did enjoy that game, but I ultimately was still let down, because it was like, I remember thinking to myself, like, dude, how many years did we wait for this game? And it still feels like an indie game. I thought Undead Labs was like upping the ante and making it like AAA, and it was kind of a little bit broken in some instances. But what really, I think, just pushed me over the edge was when we started to see more of Crackdown 3, and I'm like, this is crazy. And I remember having this distinct feeling of looking over at PlayStation And they got God of War, they got Spider-Man, they got Horizon Zero Dawn, they got Bloodborne, they got Death Stranding, they got Ghost of Tsushima, they got The Last of Us Part 2. And I remember just thinking, like, I gotta go. I gotta go. I tried, Microsoft. Like, I waited, I stuck around, but this ain't doing it for me anymore. And then they shifted their focus to like Game Pass and stuff. And I'm like, I'm going to go to PlayStation. Now, to answer the second part of the question, what would Sony have to do to like get me to go back to Xbox? Here's the thing. I've already decided that I am going to expand my gaming horizons and I'm going to play beyond just PlayStation. PlayStation's probably still going to be my main place to play. I'll be honest with you, because I still am kind of addicted to trophy hunting. I can't deny that, but I'm going to be playing some more on Steam. I'm going to be getting a Switch 2 at some point, and I'm going to be playing some Nintendo. I want to play the Dust Bloods, and I'll try to dabble in some Nintendo stuff. Here's where Xbox is in a weird spot, though, okay? I would add to that list, I'm going to also get an Xbox if Gears of War was exclusive to Xbox. The problem, though, is I just made a Steam account, and I can get Gears of War E-Day on Steam on my PC that I think is close to a Series X or just as good as a Series X or PS5. So it's one of these things where in order for me, I don't know that I'm going to... The only reason I would buy a Series console, a Series X specifically, the only reason is if I made the decision that I want to start collecting physical Xbox games. Like I want to start back collecting, whatever they release physically. And I don't know that I'm going to do that because right now I'm still focused on collecting PS5 and slowly some PS4 games. But once I get a Switch 2, I'll probably start collecting some physical Switch 2 games as well. So what's the difference between trophies and achievements? I like achievements too. Xbox achievements. Apparently Steam has achievements. But I like, I've always liked Xbox achievements. But there is something about the PlayStation. I'm not going to lie. Whoever at Sony came up with the idea of a platinum trophy, genius. Genius. It's like, oh, so you're just copying Microsoft. You're doing trophies. They have achievements. Yeah, but we're going to have a platinum. That, I mean, I hate to say it, but like that is kind of that was like the ace up the sleeve that I think when somebody earning a platinum on a game, that extra trophy to just really symbolize the completion, I think that really added a lot to PlayStation's metagame, And I say that as somebody who's addicted to it to a disturbing degree. The best PlayStation game didn't get a remake. It deserved the Order 1886. Dude, I don't even want to talk about the Order 1886. That's another area where Sony fumbled. We should be playing the Order 1888 right now. Okay? Like the third game in the series or something. That should be a franchise on PlayStation. That was supposed to be Sony's Gears of War, but with an awesome, setting. Not that Gears of War doesn't have a good setting, but just a very different setting. And Sony, they messed it up. Those trophies popping just do something more for me than the Xbox achievements. Yeah, I know Xbox, they tried to add the diamond achievements or something, or the rare, which are nice too. And I like that. I still like the achievement pop. I do. And there is something really satisfying about seeing 1,000 out of 1,000. It's very, very satisfying. But that platinum, man, I don't know. When you pop that platinum, it like triggers a dopamine rush that as far as I'm aware, I don't know if it exists anywhere else. It's that specifically with that platinum pop. It's addicting. It's like a drug. You're welcome, Doc Dark. Yeah, it's a good question. You still rep Xbox, but you left the Series X because you got tired of 30 FPS games from them. Starfield, Redfall, Hellblade. I moved to PC and used Steam and Game Pass. Xbox, better on PC. It's sad but true. Yeah, the 30 FPS thing on the Series X this gen was bizarre to witness. Like, I mean, truly, where like Microsoft came out and their whole strength was supposed to be we're the world's most powerful console. And yeah, like that. See, this is where you can tell when Phil Spencer was in charge, his brain got a little bit scrambled, just a little bit scrambled from what he witnessed happen with the Xbox One. And it's hard to blame him, but like if you look back at the PS4 and the Xbox One, I remember very clearly there were articles being written like every day by IGN and GameSpot and everywhere else where like this third-party multi-plat game runs at 1080p, native 1080p on PS4 and 900 or 720p on the Xbox One. And it was like the resolution wars. And back then, it mattered. Like that, it seems like looking back on it, it wouldn't have mattered and people wouldn't care, but no, dude, like the Xbox One got decimated if a game ran at 900p. And you have to keep in mind that this was bad news for the Xbox One coming after the bad reveal of the Kinect and the DRM. And so I think what happened is that got to Phil's head where with the Xbox One X, which I think the Xbox One X was a fantastic mid-gen refresh console. I have that Xbox still. Although I think it runs like shit, but I still have it. I like the look of it as well. But the obsession of 6 teraflops, more powerful than the PS4 Pro, and then he carried that on with the Series X. But then, yeah, you get multiple games this gen that are, like they come out at 30 FPS, and it's like they're your first party games too. So it was really weird to witness that, and it didn't help Xbox, man. Xbox needed every ounce of help they could get this gen, and they just didn't get any of it, from what I could tell. So when it comes to Project Helix, I could see myself, the only circumstances in which I see myself getting Project Helix, like initially, or maybe ever, is if it can be used as a Windows PC and it is as powerful as it's seemingly going to be. And it's not like I will compare that to if I want to upgrade my PC. And if the price point for Project Helix seemingly is in line enough where it's like, oh, actually, this might be a worthwhile thing to purchase compared to the PC I was looking at. But I'm not sure, because the difference is if I were to buy Project Helix, you can't upgrade it. Then again, I haven't upgraded my PC. So I don't want to sit here and pretend like, oh, I'm always looking to upgrade my PC. I'm not. I haven't. Doesn't mean I never would, but we'll see with Project Helix. Project Helix I'm really fascinated in because it's got so much mystery surrounding it. I feel like we know more about the PlayStation 6. The PlayStation 6 is a console. You know what I mean? Like it's another PlayStation console. You kind of know what to expect. PS6 it's just question marks all around it. There's talks of Helix being upgradable. That would be interesting. So then that really would just be like a PC at that point, which is okay. If that's what Microsoft wants to do, I don't blame them, because like, what did I just say? If I'm going to play Gears of War E-Day, I'm like considering doing it on my PC. I don't see myself buying a Series X. It seems totally redundant. The only thing, and this is true though too. One of the only things that makes me hesitant to truly lock in, like if I'm going to play Gears of War E-Day, I'm going to do it on my PC, is because, I'm trying to imagine like if I were to buy a Series X, I hook it up to my TV, I can sit on my sofa and play it. I mean, I know that Steam has big picture mode, and I guess I could get like an HDMI cord, a long enough one to like run it and connect it to my TV or something from my PC. But decisions. That's the point. The games coming out at 30 FPS is the devs, not the Xbox, not being powerful enough. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The way the Xbox Series X was designed is it was more powerful, but it had more to go along with it in terms of its development environment. That's one of the big strengths of the PS5, is it's apparently super easy to develop for. What if it had a disk drive? Would I start playing third parties there? I mean, I put out a statement, and I stand by this. I absolutely stand by this. If Microsoft announces Project Helix and they say you can buy a disk drive and third party, like our first party and third party games, we will offer next gen physical games on disc. If they did that to spite Sony, or just because it's like this is a way to win some people back, I would move to Xbox. I would keep my PlayStation and I'd play my exclusives, but I won't lie, because it's like if Microsoft was willing to do something like that for people like me, the people who want physical, I would reward them in the best way that I could, which is you have my business. You won me over. You're doing what the competition refuses to. But that's just the thing, though, right? If we're being realistic, do we think they're going to do that? I don't think so. Yeah, it feels unfortunate because I think it would be even more expensive and even more difficult for Microsoft to do that than it would be for Sony. Because Sony, I think, owns some of the Blu-ray stuff, manufacturing-wise. Microsoft doesn't. They're not even involved in that. So if Microsoft were to do something like that, it would truly have to be like we're literally trying to win the physical gamers over. And I'll tell you this too. If Microsoft announced that, it would force Sony's hand, in my opinion. It would have to make Sony completely reconsider, I think, their decision. Because it's like, sir, Xbox just announced they're doing physical discs next gen. That would be the biggest PR win. Dude, if I was working at Microsoft right now, I would be sending emails to Asha Sharma being like, you really should look into this. I'm not saying it's going to win you the gen, but you would be able to dunk on Sony and earn a level of goodwill that you cannot put a price on. That's what I would be saying. But Microsoft is even more radical on this. I mean, Microsoft, they were more pushy for digital type stuff too. I would say more than Sony was initially. That's why it's weird to see Sony just flip like this. Because it seemed like Microsoft was going to be the first one to do it, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with the next gen consoles. I have this distinct feeling that, like, my big fear, truthfully, is that next gen is already dead. I know that sounds so shitty to say, and like people maybe find it like too depressing to say that, but it's just like things need to change. Simply put, like where we are now, we need to be in a very different spot come this time next year if we're going to be looking at next gen consoles in holiday of 2027. Because as it stands right now, I think both the PS6 and Project Helix are going to hit walls. I think Helix will hit the wall quicker. I think Sony, they might be in for a rude awakening if they're not already anticipating it. And to me, that sucks. That sucks because it's like, I feel like we're seeing things that make the consoles unique, that make them special, that maybe not special, but like what we I would say consider like an actual console experience. We're seeing those things stripped back, and it's okay. It's like, well, some people believe it's all just going to go down the PC, and maybe it will, but it's like, I just will always maintain, like, why can't we just keep it? I don't know. Like, when I think about PlayStation and physical games, and I think about another gen of physical games, I understand the business side of it probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense for Sony, but it's just like, don't you understand that it's going to maintain for so many people what a true PlayStation console experience is. And I do feel that Sony they undervalue that. They don't value that enough. It's just my opinion on it, but like, I feel like with Microsoft, you can kind of understand why they would do it, because they're like, bro, we're drowning over here. Like, we're trying to save the sinking ship. Okay, you got to do what you got to do. Sony's not in that position. At least I don't think so. Sony's in a position where they have the lead. They have a position of strength. And, they can, I think, frankly, I think that they could only benefit from trying to appeal to the more hardcore user. But, well, I mean, we'll see, Irfan. We'll see what happens. Sorry, starting to get that pain in my neck again. Oof. Sometimes I think talking. I know it sounds crazy. I think talking sometimes, I don't know how it could work this. I don't know if the human body works this way, but like maybe like the bass in my voice, the vocal cord strain. I don't know. It causes the pain in my injury to ramp up for some reason. Either that or maybe my blood pressure's higher. Who knows? All right. We have a direct donation from Rich Rod. He says, I was at Target earlier. Xbox was the first to go digital without announcing it. Let's be real. Pulled hardware from stores and reliance on Zesty Pass. Zesty Pass? No, you're right. You're right. That is something they did, Rich. They pretty much cleared their shelves before anybody else. And I remember we were talking about that where Xbox was seemingly the first to go. So that's why I don't think they're going to reverse that. It seems like they basically made that decision like well over a year ago. They are working on apparently a disc to digital program, which I'm going to be very curious to see if that's true, and if it is, if Sony is going to do something similar. Yeah, hydrate here. I decided to mix my creatine with this water. Mistake. I hate the taste of creatine, dude. Oh my God. It tastes like shit. I usually take my creatine in like a protein shake. But I was eating lunch and I didn't want to have a protein shake with lunch. So I was just like, I'll just put it in the water. My fellow lifter. Well, I'm a little bit, I'm on the mend. I'm recovering from a ruptured disc in my neck. So I am lifting, but more therapeutically. I have to keep it very, very light, and I keep overdoing it because I'm not used to taking it that easy. But at this point, I'm kind of doing very lightweight, minimal sets, just trying to get the blood flowing, stimulate, not annihilate. Where do y'all live? My Walmart still carries PlayStation and Xbox physical games right now. I can't remember the last time I was at my local Walmart. Actually, no, I can remember. It wasn't that long ago. Me and Mrs. MBG went there for something, and I went to go check the game section. And yeah, I recall, I think there were physical Xbox and PlayStation games, but the physical PlayStation game section dwarfed the Xbox section. Actually, the Xbox section was pretty damn small, just collectively as a whole. But yeah, I wanted to ask you guys, like, do you think Sony's going to do code in the box? Digital creatine. Yeah, that's what I need. Do you think Sony's going to do code in the box? Or do you think, because they said they're going to still do retail, do you think they're going to do that, or just the cards? Like you'll go into a store and there'll just be all these cards on the wall. I mean, you think code in a box? They're doing that with GTA 6. And I feel like if GTA 6 is doing it, you could see how that game would be the one to set up, here's how it's going to be now. A code in a box, man. Dude, yeah, if they just did cards, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, buying a code in a box is still offensive, but just digital cards is like, what? I mean, I don't even know what to say to that. A code in a box. It's my PS6 collection. It's a bunch of fucking empty game cases. I mean, you know what's crazy is like I did that for like 2 games. I have a box for Days Gone Remastered because they never did physical. But I just thought, whatever, it's just one game. Oh, I have a box, you know, to represent, like, I do own this. I don't own it. I'm renting it. It's like, I bought this game. I have it as part of my PlayStation library. And I was like, okay, no big deal. But if you had told me, like, no, dude, that's how it's going to be. See that right there? That's going to be for all PlayStation games. Like, what? I still don't know why. Well, I guess I know why now, but I remember when Days Gone Remaster released, I'm like, why didn't they do a physical release for that game? Didn't make any sense to me. I think it would have sold well physically, but they're not going to want to keep printing boxes. I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking too, is like, it just feels, I don't know. It feels like, I'll be honest, man, like at this point in time, if Sony wasn't considering doing a code in the box, they might have to now. Like if they're actually going through with this, it's like the least you could do is let people buy boxes. You know what I mean? Like for anybody who wants to do that, it's like that's the least you could do. Because, well, I mean, there's also the idea of like the case itself. I mean, you think about the PS1 game case, the PS2, the PS3, the PS4, the PS5. They all have such a unique looking case. Not case, but like design. You know what I mean? The idea of not getting that for the PS6 is also strange. Depressing. It's depressing. All right. Let me see here. Nintendo has the cards everywhere. Is that what Nintendo does? They do cards. Their physical isn't lasting. Does Nintendo have digital cards for whole games? Let me see here. Only 4 days until Sony's earnings report. We're getting some important information, including an updated physical versus digital sales split chart. Totoki will also be answering questions. Oh, shit. Mr. Totoki, will you reconsider your decision and do physical games for PlayStation 6? So turn be like, go fuck yourself. Next question. All right. All right, we got a couple more topics here, though, guys. So, just on the discussion of discs, I have a report here from Push Square. It says, Rockstar co-founder Dan Houser, currently of entertainment empire Absurd Ventures, which launched its first collected comic book volume this past week, has weighed in on the physical games debate dominating the industry right now. For those of you living under a rock, Sony confirmed it'll cease manufacturing physical PlayStation games in January of 2028. This has all culminated in a backlash of biblical proportions, which is seeing the platform holders' social media get spammed almost a month after the announcement. The firm still has yet to elaborate further on its plans. And also, we're starting to hear the thoughts of other organizations like Ubisoft, who said that it does not expect the decision to disturb the industry much. Speaking with IGN, Dan Houser said he doesn't personally care about the move, but said if people want physical games, companies should make them. Quote, I don't know that I care, but if people want that, I think companies should provide it. But I don't know that I personally care. And I also think that the ability to update games, as critical as people are of digital releases, the ability to update and fix problems in games has been really useful for the quality of games. Dan Houser was joined by longtime collaborator Laszlo Jones during the discussion, who noted how rewarding it was launching Absurd Ventures' aforementioned comic book, American Caper, in the physical format. He said, quote, "We've worked in digital together for a lot of years, and then making a physical product of a comic book is a different creative process, but it's also just really fulfilling to have a physical thing so you can say, look, we made a thing." So I thought that it was worth going over this because these are two industry legends, by the way. Like, in case you're unaware who Dan Houser and Laszlo Jones are, they are, they're like the minds behind the Grand Theft Auto series. In fact, and Red Dead Redemption. In fact, GTA 6 will be like the first game that they're not involved with. So definitely interesting to hear their opinion on it. I mean, I love how simple Dan Houser's response is, where it's like, if people want physical games, you should provide physical games. That's it. It's that simple. It is just that simple. If people want it, you should provide it. And he's saying that as somebody who doesn't really personally care too much. So there you go. Chris Brown, a member for 36 months. Thank you for that, Chris. He says, part one, MBG and Mrs. MBG just wanted to say thank you for the entertainment over the years. I've been a viewer since 2019. I've had something happen in my life. Uh-oh. Oh, he's got me nervous about the follow-up here. MBG, here are the facts. A full physical copy, box and artwork, and disc cost about $2 to $3 per game to manufacture. This $3 is why they're killing physical. It's sad. It's all about those margins. Our man Hiroki Totoki, when he took over as the CEO of Sony, his whole mantra is, "I'm obsessed with growth." That was his whole mantra. I'm just waiting for Chris Brown's follow-up here. Sounds, I don't know, it sounds ominous. Boys got me worried. Oh, and I did miss a direct donation from PlayStation Contraband with a $2 direct. Shigeru Miyamoto said he believes the decade-long console power race is over, that it isn't much of a factor anymore. I hope so. Focus on games more. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think there's going to be a discussion around Project Helix and the PS6 around power and capability, but I don't know that it's actually going to matter. You know, we are at a point where the Switch 2 is beginning to get, third-party AAA game releases day one. Call of Duty's dropping on it now too, games like that. Chris, I'm going to read this back to back. So Chris says, MBG and Mrs. MBG just wanted to say thank you for the entertainment over the years. I've been a viewer since 2019. I've had something happen in my life where I am no longer motivated to play games anymore or follow this hobby. I'm just trying to exist at the moment and try to stay motivated on other stuff. Appreciate the happiness you've given me. Well, Chris, bro, first off, thank you for supporting my channel and the community and, what I've done here since 2019. That's a long time, man. That's over half a decade. I don't know what happened to you, man, but, you're making a personal decision and all I can say to that is I wish you the best. I hope that whatever you're trying to stay motivated on and whatever you're pursuing, I hope it works out, man. I hope you find some happiness or at the very least some contentment and satisfaction in that, bro. So, and I guess the final thing I'll say, Chris, is, if you ever change your mind or for whatever reason, if you come back to gaming and you want to partake in gaming conversation again, you're always welcome here, buddy. You know that. So, there's like a part of me that's a little bit curious. Can't help it. It's just the way you worded it. Whatever happened, man, I hope it's not too serious. I hope it's not too serious because I would imagine something that would make you completely reevaluate gaming in your life as somebody who's gamed a lot. It's, it's hard to imagine it not being serious, but I hope everything's good, Chris. But thank you, man. I appreciate that. And like I said, we'll always be here if you ever come back. All right. Hold on. It did that thing again. There we go. It's strange that journalists haven't reported any behind the scenes info. Either there's internal conflict and they can't report yet, or there's simply nothing going on and everything's on track. So this is why I think what Alana Pierce said, Chris Brown says, thank you all. See you guys later. Well, good luck, Chris. We wish you the best. Godspeed, bro. I think what Alana Pierce said is pretty revealing. She's pretty much the only person, as far as I'm aware, that gave us any insight into what's happening behind the scenes. And I think what she said is revealing in that developers contacted her. She worked at Santa Monica Studio and she worked on God of War Laufey. And she was told that they have the strictest guidelines and rules for this that Sony's ever put out there. So what I'll tell you is that just based on that alone, there's a lot of people. In fact, you could maybe even argue the majority of people working at Sony PlayStation that are against this decision, but they cannot do or say anything. They literally can't say anything, or they will probably get sued, or at the very least fired. So I continue to believe that this decision was made by, I don't want to say just one, but like just of less than a handful of individuals up top at Sony. And they just decided this is what they're doing. And it doesn't matter that, like, the backlash doesn't matter. What their employees think doesn't matter. What their devs think doesn't matter. What anybody thinks doesn't matter. And that's the vibe I get with this whole thing. And it's very strange to me because I don't think I've ever seen a company operate like that. Not so overtly. Like, we've seen companies operate very much like in the shadows and quietly, but just I don't know. There's an energy behind this that, yeah, I don't think it's going anywhere. Yeah, I think they definitely knew the backlash was coming, which is why they put these strict rules out there. But that's another problem is, like, Sony, why would you be that strict to your own employees and devs? Like, wouldn't you want to know if they have a problem with this? Like, shouldn't you care about that? But they don't. Rich, you have 140 games on Steam? I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Oh, hold on, we have another direct dono here from Jenna Jameson on tour. Nice of Sony to let Kratos carry on Laufey's story in the next God of War game. So considerate of them to allow him the chance to shine in her IP. I know, right? Very good guy, Sony. We got nice guy Sony out here. That's funny. That's funny. No, I mean it is a little bit silly, right? At least it reads that way a little bit, depending on how you view it. But Janet Jameson on tour, thank you for the $2 direct donation. I do appreciate that. What is this, Irfin? Yeah, so here we go. Zubitech on Twitter posts currently EA Sports FC 27 Ultimate Plus Edition, which is priced at £140, 160 euros. I don't know how much it is US. It's currently outselling Grand Theft Auto 6 on the PlayStation Store in the UK and Europe. When it comes to the US pre-orders, so look. I mean, I do hate to say it, but this is, this is why we are where we are, man. Like it takes us back to what that former Valve developer said. I'll show you the picture. So here, oh geez, hold on. I have to. If you look at this, these are the top pre-orders on the PlayStation Store right now. The top three. No, oh my god! Like, look at it. Look at the prices. $150, $100, $150, $100, $100, $100. Like, this is why it's just. You remember? So we were talking about a blackout, right? We were talking about a blackout, which I think is a great idea. Sorry. How about this? I'll just talk like this. We were talking about a blackout, and this right here. I just. Now, to be fair, listen, I don't necessarily know that this is a problem, because this is nothing new. I don't think this is a problem. I mean, it is a problem in a greater sense of, like, it's why prices are going up. It's why, publishers continue to push and push and push. But I don't know, man. I just think it's, I don't know. It is a little bit depressing. Are you saying I'm still spreading misinformation? What are you talking about? Or I don't know if you're talking to me or not in the chat. 1 week blackout. Bro, I'm all for the 1 week blackout. Why the fuck why are we doing it the week Metal Gear launches? Is there a reason we're choosing the last week of August? I didn't agree to this. Oh, okay. Powerballs. I didn't know. Like, come on, man. But there you go. PlayStation Contraband, you're saying most of those games is the only game that particular buyer will play the whole year. Like how we say console is a hobby, we happily pay. Same for them. And that's a good point, PS Contraband. That's a good point in that it is worth keeping in mind that for the people who are spending that, like, oh, I'm buying this game for $150 or $100, you're right. That might be literally the only game they play for the whole year. Or, one of the only 2 or 3 games they play for the whole year. That's very true, because all of those games are live service games that, you will get, the idea is like, you're just going to keep playing this. It's they're lifestyle games. I mean, GTA 6 is a single player, but, you know, it's going to have GTA Online too. And those sell 20 million copies a minimum on a PlayStation alone every year. And okay. This is a crazy name. I had to like read it over a couple times. We have a direct donation from I miss inserting disc in slit. I will too. I think we all will. That's a crazy name though. That's going to be my new YouTube name. That's going to be my new YouTube name. That is a diabolical name, man. I'm going to read the chat. I got to take a moment to process this. They say, guys, better fall back off Titus before I skunk spray you in the neck. Anyways, playing on Steam is like jumping in the pool after pooping and not wiping. Every single thing that was said here is cursed. The name, the chat, who does that? Who you're saying after pooping and not wiping? It's like it's as satisfying as jumping into a pool after pooping and not wiping. What, bro? Is that a thing people do? I sure hope not. Might be something wrong with this guy. You're not making those of us who still want the discs look too good right now, man. All right. Holy shit. But I do appreciate the direct donation nonetheless. Thank you for that, buddy. Yeah, who's going after Titus? They're going after me on Reddit now. Who is this guy? Kendall Fire with a $2 chat says that's why Sony keeps trying to make live service. Yes, Sony would love to sell you a first party game Ultimate Edition at $100 and see it in the top 5 most pre-ordered, right up there alongside a live, it being a live service game, right up there alongside GTA, Call of Duty, FC, all that stuff, NBA. All right. Okay. Another $2 chat from, I can only assume the same person, and now their name is Moist Slit is diskless. What is that? What does that even mean? Anyway, a $2 direct dono says live service is going to rule like the last 5 years. Just look at the top 10 games for the last 5 to 6 years, all pretty much the same on PlayStation's top selling. You're right. I mean, here's the thing. I've never truly been against live service. I begin to be against things when they start to, it feels like it's becoming too much. And I feel like with live service, I don't know. I mean, is it too much? Perhaps. I feel like the jury's out on that one because it's like you're saying, it's kind of been the same. It's been somewhat stable in that you have the live service. The live service finds its success and does its heavy lifting for the industry and the platforms and the publishers. But then you have the single player games because here's the thing, even though that pre-order list, the top 5, even though it is a little bit depressing looking, it doesn't change the fact that there's an insane amount, at least in my opinion, maybe not insane, I don't say insane, but like a very, very, very healthy amount of new single player games and single player sequels coming out, for the rest of this year. So they may not be in the top 5 most pre-ordered, but they're still there, and I'm sure they'll be able to get a good piece of the pie for themselves too. So I've always believed that live service and single player games can coexist. One doesn't have to come at the expense of the other. But when it comes to PlayStation in particular, live service definitely dominates, and this is why Sony's not going to let it go. Sony is not going to allow, for decades to come, the most played games on their own platform to be live service while not having live service games of their own. I don't know what Marvel Tokon is a Sony live service, yes. So I don't know what Sony's expectations are of that game, but I would assume they're hopeful that it could be I don't know if it'll be like one of the most top played, but it could do well enough. I think Marvel Tokon will do pretty well. Although, I don't know, man. Like, Sony, if you're going to make live service, you got to put that shit everywhere, man. Like, what are you doing? Like, if you're serious about finding live service success, you got to put it not just on PC. It's got to be everywhere. It's got to be everywhere. That's my opinion. But thank you for the $2 direct donation. Yeah, let me just go back to this for a second here. So I don't know. What do we think this is going to really be a thing? Hashtag PlayStation Blackout. I mean, it's gaining a lot of traction. I'll retweet it. Just to make people aware. I'm talking about it here on my channel. If you want to partake in this, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm pissed off at the timing of this. I ain't gonna lie. What if I play offline? Can I do that? Like if I get Metal Gear, because I'm buying Metal Gear. Okay? I've been waiting so fucking long for this to play Metal Gear Solid 4 again. What if can I install it and then I go offline and then I just play it offline? Would that count? Sony can't, they won't know. They won't know. I'll do it. I'll do it that way. I'll quickly install the game and then, well, actually, I don't think I need to be on the internet to install the game either, right? I guess it depends on, I have to see if there's some kind of day one patch for it. But even if there is, I can play without it. All right, so I could partake in this. What are we thinking? Fucking yeah. PlayStation Blackout, yo. Let's do it. I mean, do you want me to get crazy again? It's all performative? Well, no. Maybe it won't be. You know what though? It could backfire. What if we can get the masses to partake in this? But I don't know, man. You know what the problem with this is? In my opinion, and it's just a sad reality, is that you have to hope that people who are playing their live service games partake in it. In other words, you have like a nightly ritual of playing your live service games on PlayStation. Don't do that for at least a couple days to a week. We have a Kendall Fire 22 with the super chat. He says Sony will put God of War Laufey up for pre-order on day one of the blackout. GTA, yeah, that alongside some new. Oh, hello, Luna. Guys, Luna has joined us. Hold on, let me. What's up? You want some treats? Don't hurt me. I'm just getting you treats. Oh. Luna's awesome. We have another $2 direct donation from PlayStation Contraband. Says, so what's the point if you're buying a game from them to play it on their console? LOL. Sony has everyone by the balls. No one will have power. PlayStation wins as usual. Well, I mean, it's because, like, if I still have the opportunity to buy physical games, like, because think about it. My alternative would be to buy, I can't buy a physical Xbox version because I don't currently have an Xbox. Is there even going to be a physical Xbox version? If I buy it on PC, then I'm automatically opting to buy it digitally. This is why I'm saying, like, I don't mind supporting PlayStation games physically while they're still available. Because I feel like that's the right message for me to send. Like, hey, still buying physical. It matters to me. I'm still doing it. But I don't know, man. Like, I love the idea. PS Contraband. Oh, and I missed another tip from Anonymous. Hold on. Anonymous drops a $2 direct donation saying the French are known to poop and jump in the pool in order to save on toilet paper. A bidet splashes. Is that how you said bidet? Splashes a max out at 1.5K splashes there, so they save on that too. Thank you, Anonymous. Whoever you are, thank you for that. We're over here talking about a PlayStation blackout. He's over here talking about how the French are trying to save on toilet paper by jumping in the pool. Like, thank you. This is a very serious podcast, obviously. What was I saying? Oh, yes. PlayStation Contraband. I love the idea, truly, like, of a PlayStation blackout that brings Sony to their knees. We're like, oh, we're sorry. What do we need to do? We messed up. I love the idea of, like, really hurting Sony temporarily to just, like, make them listen. I do. I would love nothing more than to see this PlayStation blackout work. You know? But I don't know. I mean, I don't know that me buying a $50 physical game where a portion of that's going to Konami, a portion of that's going to the middleman selling the physical game, and Sony getting a minimal amount. I don't know that that's necessarily going to be the make or break in a PlayStation blackout. You know? What would be much more significant is if I unplugged my PlayStation from the internet for a week and that's it. And the only game, if I were to game at all on PlayStation, it would just be offline single player, where they wouldn't, there's nothing being contributed to their numbers, to their MAU count, so on and so forth. So I guess if anything, I should also use this as an opportunity to inform people that if you want to partake in the PlayStation blackout, that is a way in which you can do it. You don't have to literally not game. You just don't connect to the internet. Don't connect to the internet. Unplug your PlayStation from the internet. That's what matters. Don't pre-order anything at the time within that week. But will enough people do it? I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like this is one of those things where maybe, just maybe, if this movement catches fire, maybe it could affect enough people where they're like, let's fucking do it. I mean, should I do like a series of live streams? PlayStation blackout, day 1. Come hang out. Fuck Sony, come to my stream. Meanwhile, there's going to be a Reddit post be like, who? Who is this guy? We got PlayStation Contraband with another $2. Hold on. Sorry, my phone keeps going off. Steelers, you're saying yes. I mean, I'll do it. I don't know if I'll do it for the whole week, but we could do like a couple maybe streams in a row of like as a I don't know. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to make it about me. It's just I know with stuff like this, the whole PlayStation blackout thing, there's this hope that people can get behind it. That if we get like big enough voices, and my voice isn't that big at all. I'm a very small content creator. But I don't know what the hell was just in my mouth. I guess a bug just went in my mouth. Yeah, I know. You good? Did you enjoy your treats? Oh, she winked at me. Did you see that? She's like, "Yep, thanks." She winked at me. Please don't make a big deal out of this. It's only 72K views on this tweet. LMAO, PlayStation is an ecosystem with over 120 million MAU, 123 million. This kind of blackouts will do literally nothing. Well, I mean, if you were to ask me, do I think this will work? I'm going to say probably not. But it doesn't hurt. It can only help the cause, It's not a bad idea. There's nothing wrong in this moment with trying to do what you can to send a message to Sony. Whether they receive that message, again, I'm telling you, I know that I'm considered like the guy who folded or whatever, but that's not the point. The first hashtag that I came up with, and it's not about that I came up with it. Let me reword that. The hashtag that needs to be used that will make the biggest difference when the time is right. When the time is right is hashtag not buying PS6. You keep that hashtag stored away, but break it out when the time comes. Load it up. That's going to be the one that hurts Sony. I'm pretty convinced of that. I think hashtag blackout, PlayStation blackout, the effort, what they're trying to do, it's good. But it is asking a lot from people in that exact moment, which is don't do anything. Stop playing. The thing about the idea of a hashtag not buying PS6 movement when Sony announces the PS6 is you got time. You got time. You don't have to worry about folding. I don't think people are going to be in a rush to pre-order potentially $1,000 console. So what I'm saying is like, that could be the time for Sony to be like, oh, okay, we're feeling this one. That's my opinion anyway. I could be wrong. I probably will be, but no data collection would hurt Sony. No, it would. That would, if a proper blackout happened where you got enough people, it doesn't have to be, I mean, realistically, if you could get like, I don't know. Here's the problem with the blackout, in my opinion. The problem with the blackout is you're dating it. You're telling Sony that after the 30th, things will resume. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like, even if Sony were to get scared and be like, oh my God, millions of people are actually doing this, they're going to do what they're already doing. Like, we'll just wait. We're just going to wait for this to pass. Unless, I don't know, it gets like extended and people are willing to extend it. I don't know. I don't know that it's going to actually, again, I'd love for it to work, but I'm not convinced. Because I think Sony will just continue to do what they're doing, which is we'll just wait. We'll just wait. That's why I feel like with the PS6 it's fascinating. The PS6 is going to be fascinating because like you're waiting, Sony, but so is everybody else. So it's literally like who's going to blink first. if people can fuck up Sony's rollout of the PS6 enough, when I say rollout, I'm talking about their announcement of it and them, letting you know here's what we want to sell you in the next 6 months. If we can fuck that up enough, Sony doesn't have anything to lean on. That's kind of the thing with the PS6 is it is the fresh start where it's like, it's why every time these companies end up getting humbled, it's at the beginning of a new generation. You ever notice that? You ever notice every time a video game console manufacturer gets humbled, it's always at the beginning of the next gen because they're at our mercy entirely. It is sink or swim. Here's an expensive product and we're trying to sell it to you. So I really firmly believe it's going to be next year with the PS6 where that's where we're going to have to, that will be the last stand for PlayStation physical media buyers. I have a couple of direct donations. Give me 1 second. Let me, Luna apparently wants more treats. All right, we have PS Contraband with a $2 direct. Says the more you buy physical, the more games you won't be able to use in the future. When you inevitably buy a PS6 for backwards, you'll need your PS5 disc. Yeah, but I'm not planning on getting rid of my Pro. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, I know it seems like, oh, you're getting a PS6 day one. I know people expect that. And look, as it stands right now, the PS6 doesn't sound exciting to me. Now, ask me that again when Sony shows off their games and tells me all the details about it. Sure, we'll reconvene. But my hope is, I don't know, man. I want to believe Sony still cares about selling PlayStation consoles. The handheld, I mean, yeah, that's a thing too. We'll see what's going to go on with that. But like, assuming Sony still cares about selling PlayStation consoles, it's like, I think if MBG, I like how social media pressure got Microsoft to give Joshua Kane his account back after it was wrongfully removed. This is pretty much that, just on a much larger scale. Give us back our physical games. I don't know. Maybe is Sony willing to tank their next gen over this? Possibly. I think that what a lot of people don't consider, here's what I've noticed that's weird to me. I've seen people talking about the PlayStation 6 like everybody's just going to end up buying it anyway. Like, dude, I don't think so. I've been talking about how much of a struggle it's going to be for Sony to sell the PS6 well before Sony announced this disc situation. I just think this disc situation is... Luna, what are you serious? What, did they eat all your food? Do you guys see this? All right, look, this is the last. I'm gonna assume you skipped breakfast or something, because this is getting kind of crazy. Let me just give her a few more. I'm sorry. Either that, or she's telling me to eat the catnip. She's like, the catnip's in here. Eat it. There's your nip. That's it. No more after that. Here, I'll give you a little bit of catnip with it too. She's getting spoiled today. All right. That's it, though. No more. It's too much. We have another direct donation from I Got My Disc in a Box No More. They just keep getting better. With a $2 direct says, if we were all men with low-hanging coconuts, we should all drop everything in game on Luna. Luna is like the water splash when pooping. Weird, but nice. I am going to game on Luna. I'm not even kidding. I just read that Luna's going to be integrated into, I think, Amazon Prime Video. And Arnold has an exclusive game. Did you guys see this? Arnold Schwarzenegger has an exclusive game on Amazon Luna. They got me. It turns out exclusives work. Oh my God. Hanzo, what's up, man? Yeah, we talked about that, Buzz. The timed code for the Japanese version of GTA 6. Crazy. PlayStation Contraband, you're saying, I think you skipped my last one. I'm caught up now. Saying, I think you skipped my last one. And also, it's hard to take you seriously on these movements after the last one. You barely lasted a fortnight. Well, it's because again, where I made the mistake was and you live and you learn, but I realized that the mistake I made with that movement was unnecessarily inserting, I'm like, I shouldn't have done that. I should have just kept the and I did most of the time, but like that unfortunately distracted from the actual takeaway message, which is like, we shouldn't be okay with this and we should do whatever we can within our individual means to try to let Sony know, whether that's pushing back on social media, whether or not you want to contact local officials, anything, whatever it is, you know, whether you think that's, I'm continue to buy physical discs. So like, if we have something happen again, I'm going to try really hard to make it less about me. I'll answer people's, you know, it's the nature of the beast. People are going to ask me questions, you know, they want to know, what about you? What about you? And I'll answer, but it's just like, you know, everybody's got to make their own decisions. I don't know that I'm going to get wrapped up in a massive movement or anything like that again. But I did with that because I genuinely thought it was worth it. I still think the upcoming ones, whenever they may be, are worth it. They're worth it in the sense like the ideal outcome is we win this. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I've said this time and time again. Like, I really thought we were gonna win that initial fight. You know, like I mean, come on. It's not just me, right? Like, how many of you guys are surprised to see Sony literally didn't say a fucking word? I am. I mean, you could say you're not surprised, but I mean, how many companies experience this much pushback and just don't say anything? How often have you seen that happen? I feel like we tried, you know, we tried our best. And I don't think that we did anything wrong. I don't think anybody's wrong at all. And people who are still trying to push back now, I don't think they're wrong. But I do think that, you know, the like I said, the battlefield has changed. You know, Sony has made it clear, like, they're not saying anything. They're just going to, well, you know what? Irfan said they have their earnings coming up in 4 days. So apparently Hiroki Totoki is going to be answering questions. Come on, man. Surely one of the investors is going to ask about this. And it will be interesting to listen to what Sony may or may not have to say. You know why I talk this way? Because every time we push back against Sony over this, it's gone nowhere. At this point, it's becoming embarrassing for us. We're just failing left and right. Well, it's hard because it's not, I don't think it's us, right? Not most of us anyway. Like, I think it is just the fact that Sony has so many core casuals that they don't even know this is happening. I don't want to say that they don't know that this is happening, but this just like isn't a thing in their life at all, you know? I think for anybody who's involved in this space, and when I say involved, I'm talking like involved enough to watch streamers, to watch podcasts, to follow the gaming news, to partake in discussions. Even if you were buying all digital, even you know like how big of a deal this is. Like, whoa. But I feel like the people that doesn't apply to are the people. It's like, yeah, I have a PlayStation. I buy FC every year, Madden every year, or Call of Duty every year, and that's what I play. To them, like, this just like isn't a thing. And that's, as you can see based off the PlayStation Store numbers, that's the majority. And it's a tough pill to swallow. It is. It's a tough pill to swallow. This is why, you know, for the people who are trying to fight back, it's like I keep telling them, like, keep the PS6 in mind. If you're gonna try to win any battle, that's when Sony will be the most susceptible, and that's the important thing for people to keep in mind. Sony thought they were untouchable at the beginning of the PS3 gen. Now, granted, Xbox did a lot of the heavy lifting. Sony messed up, but Xbox came in and they're like, we have a better alternative. I don't know that we're going to get Xbox's help this time around. And I think that might be, you know, the problem potentially, is that it was the problem that we were facing when we first tried to push back against this. Is it's like, it's literally just us against them. And, you know, there isn't some kind of unifying focal point. That's why I was saying, like, Xbox come out and announce physical games. That would be a unifying focal point. Xbox didn't do shit. Somebody do or say something. Nothing. Crickets. So we'll see. I genuinely think Sony designed the PS6 to not even accept the disk drive. Ooh. I hope not. I say that because it's like, bro, even if Sony doesn't want to have PS6 discs, backwards compatibility with PS5 and 4, that's going to be needed. Like I said, there's a big aspect to this that I want to continue to remind people. It's that we don't know what Sony is going to announce. It's like, it sucks. Absolutely. One of the worst decisions I've ever seen made, that they're ending physical discs. But we don't know what else they're going to announce. Because, like, I'll tell you what, Sony might have a big plan of, like, we're going to let you convert your PS5 and PS4 games to digital. So that way, if you buy the PS6 and the handheld, you can play it on both. And I have a feeling that, like, not for everybody, but for some people, that will make them fold. Where it won't, like, it'll be just enough where it's like, oh, okay, I guess. Fine. Maybe. I don't know. We got to see how it plays out, because there's still so much we don't know. But what we do know is this isn't necessarily going away. People are still focused on it, you know? I know people want to move on from it, and it's like, you know, trust me, there's going to be games coming out. There's going to be other gaming news to cover. So it's not like this is literally all we're going to focus on, but it's just this. Let's just face it. This is the news of the year so far. Of the year, not the month, of the year. Next up, GTA 6 trailer number 3. There you go. You want to move on? GTA 6 trailer number 3 is right around the corner, boys. We're gonna move on. PlayStation Contraband, you're saying, so you bought a Pro for what? Slightly better performance and say you love it. A PS6 will outperform it. You stay on Pro if PS6 is running every game better. Well, here's the thing. The PS5 Pro, in my opinion, actually does something that... What's the best way to explain this? On the base PS5, there were some instances where I would find myself a little bit disappointed. Not too often, but those instances where you can play this game in performance mode, which, yes, I want to play in performance mode. I'm used to having 60 frames per second now. But the resolution is going to be on the lower side. Maybe 1080p. Certainly nowhere near a 4K image. And that was like the one weakness I identified with the PS5 base console, where I'm like, it's still great. Like, it's still good, you know? And I can play games like that. But the Pro, I know for a lot of people are like, oh, you know, it's just a slight bump. It's like the Pro delivers a level of graphical fidelity, resolution, and performance that it is genuinely going to be difficult for me to get excited at specifically those markers with a PS6. This is why I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised if Sony comes out and they're like, yeah, these games are PS6 exclusive. Oh, I can't play this on my PS5 Pro? Nope. PS6 only. I wouldn't be surprised if Sony does that, because that's the only thing that I think would work on people. Because I'll tell you right now, I look at games like Wolverine, GTA 6, all the Control, Resident. I look at these games coming out on PS5 Pro in the coming months, and I'm like, dude, I know it can get better, but I don't know that I care how much better it can get. Will Sony make me care? Maybe. But that's why I'm saying, like, the Pro feels like it feels like it made the correction, if you will, to the PS5's only real problem, in my opinion, which was this game would be pretty much perfect if we could just get a higher resolution and a clear image. You want more catnip now. I'll tell you what, Luna is on something today. She's acting very peculiar today. More Bloodborne exclusive, ray traced. She's looking like she's getting crazy. And PlayStation Contraband, you're saying not so much the movement, the overall movement. You said you were done with Sony and they'll never get another penny off you again. That didn't last long also. I know. And look, I'm not trying to say that I haven't, clowned myself in a few ways here. I know I have. Trust me, people have let me know. That's why I'm going to be more thoughtful about my own personal path. Like, one of the things that I had to really make clear for myself, but also especially for my channel, is like, it's not about saying Sony can do whatever they want. It's not about that. Okay? But it is about me saying that I care about playing video games too much to not partake anymore, which is why I feel like the best middle ground for me is now is the time to expand and not literally just give everything to Sony all the time, right? On the other side of that, though, I do think I have a greater responsibility. I mean, again, I'm not trying to I only have limited reach here. But I should be responsible in my coverage in that, like, this is something that it makes me look at the corporate side of Sony with a level of dismay that I didn't think was possible because I thought we had bottomed out already. I'm not going to lie. Cheese, you're saying, so you cared enough to buy a Pro, but now don't care. No, I'm saying, well, that's why I'm saying, what do you think Sony would show me to make me care about the 6? Other than, like, if they showed me amazing looking games, I will care about that. But you know what would really make me go, oh, hold on, okay, that changes this is changing the expectation I had. If they show those games and then they're like, they're all PS6 only, that changes a lot, where it's like, oh, you guys are going complete strong arm. Like, you're really going all in with this. Because my expectation, based off of the way things have worked thus far this generation, is they will announce these new games. These new games will be cross-gen. And for people who are on PS5 Pro, it's like these games are going to look and run incredibly on this console, to a point where the PS6 might, like, the PS5 Pro next to the PS6 might end up just looking like this is like a, like one graphics card ahead upgrade, where it's definitely better, but it's not anywhere near like a leap, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's like I said, Cheese, the PS5 to me was lacking in that one area where it did. No, King Sam, I did not beat Sekiro yet. The PS5 was lacking. It was leaking the liquid metal everywhere. It was lacking in that one specific area where there were, more instances than I would have expected, where it's like, yes, I'm getting this game at 60 frames, and that's awesome, but I'm definitely paying for it on the visual clarity side. And that's what the Pro ameliorated. And that's why I mean, it's why when we would talk about the PS6, even before this announcement, it's like, I don't know, like, how much better is it really going to be? And especially when you consider the fact that these games are going to scale with the PlayStation handheld, it's like, if they can run on a PS handheld, they can abso-fucking-lutely run on a Pro. Because the Pro is going to be significantly more powerful than the PlayStation handheld. So this is where I don't know how Sony's going to justify next gen. To be honest, that's what it boils down to. I don't know how they're going to justify next gen. It was hard enough for them to justify the Pro, but the Pro feels like, Jesus, this is like, I don't want to say the complete upper limit, but it's fucking close, dude. Like, it's really close. Cheese, you're saying, I mean, you bought a Pro for slight upgrades because you felt the need for better performance, but if PS6, say, wipes the floor with it, you don't care? Well, if it wipes the floor with it, I'm not saying I won't care about that at all. Like, if we see the PS6 and Project Helix and, like, we see games on this thing, it's like, oh, my God. Like, if that happens, we'll talk about it. It's going to have an effect. Absolutely. But it's like, my question is, like, what are we really expecting that to look like, though? Like, I'm trying to think of a game like Venom, right? I mean, look, I'll be honest. It's like, if you want to talk about it, I'm not going to talk about Venom. If you want to talk about a game that has the ability to probably break me in half, like fold me like a cheap lawn chair, probably Fizzant. That's a game that I know probably isn't going to be anywhere near the launch of the PS6. But when Kojima shows that game, knowing how he likes to take advantage of the technology, that's where it's like basically what I'm saying is, if you told me that will be the game that shows you this is next gen, bro, I would believe you. If you tell me Venom at the launch of the PS6 is going to be that game, I'm hesitant. Because I'm like, well, I mean, if you look at Miles Morales on the PS5 and the PS4, don't get me wrong, it does look better and perform better on the PS5, but I don't know, man. I'm looking at Wolverine. I'm like, this shit looks like it's gonna fucking be incredible on the PS5 Pro, like the best we've gotten yet. Look at GTA 6, But I don't know, man. If I end up, deciding to partake in next gen, I'm probably going to try to do my best to go all in, where it's like I'm getting Helix, I'm getting a PS6, I'm covering everything. I'm getting the handhelds. I feel like I don't want the worst thing I could do, in my opinion, truthfully, the absolute worst thing I could do is just say I'm only supporting Sony. Why does that keep happening? I'm only supporting Sony. That's the absolute worst thing I could do. I don't think anybody would fault me if they're like, we know you still want to play. We know you want to cover stuff on your channel. I don't think anybody would hold that against me. But I think what people would hold against me is like, you got to like play the field here, man. And I agree. And that is something that prior to this announcement, it wasn't something it was something I was always considering, but it wasn't something that was at like the absolute forefront of my thinking. Now it is. Like now I'm really earnestly thinking about, I'm like planning out now, like, okay, yeah, there's going to be PS5 games coming, but now I want to think about I want to get a Switch 2. I want to play Duskbloods. I want to start planning out which games I'm going to buy on Steam. It's probably not going to be that many, I'm definitely not at that point where I'm like, oh, Steam is my main place to play. I'm not at that point, I'd be lying if I said I was, but this is just where like Sony, you had me as a truly loyal, like I like everything you're doing, well, almost everything you're doing here type of customer, where you have my support. But now I just realize it's like, time to spread the love around a little bit, spread the money around a little bit. If I'm going to do that, if I'm going to spend money, that is, which I'm sure that is going to happen. Cheese, you're saying here, hold on, I missed it. I'm just struggling to understand. I don't get your logic for the Pro, but you can't see that be the same logic for the PS6 by your own reasoning. It could be. It could be. I don't want to say it definitively won't be, because you're right. Like you're pointing something out that has happened numerous times. Here's a new console. Here's better graphics. Here's better performance, and I upgrade. Here's a mid-gen refresh console. Better performance, albeit less, but still better nonetheless. And I upgrade. You're not wrong. But that's where I'm just saying, like, I guess my perspective has changed, where I don't know if this is necessarily a good thing in the eyes of most people. I don't know, but maybe it is my all or nothing mentality, but it's like, if I am going to go all in, I'm going to go all in. And so it's like, if you want to say something about like, oh, but didn't you say you weren't partaking in this anymore? It's like, well, no, I'm partaking in everything now. And I get it. Like, I understand that it's like, but isn't that not necessarily conducive to a better industry? But honestly, it's because it's like, I don't really know what else to do. Prepare for more Reddit posts. Because like it really does feel like we are at that kind of stage. You never really wanted to play anywhere but on PlayStation, MBG, be real. I mean, you could say that about games, though, too. Like, I'll be the first to admit, do I sometimes need some, we got to nudge him a little bit. We got to, come on. Am I hesitant? Am I stubborn? Absolutely. But it's been that way with games, too. So I can't promise to everybody that, like, I'll always be everywhere and do everything equally all the time. No, that's like me saying I'm going to play every game. Like, no, I'm not. But it just makes me realize that for the betterment of my coverage of the video game industry on a personal level, for the betterment of my channel, this has to happen. It doesn't have to be a dramatic thing. Yeah, Titus, I mean, you're saying keep all doors open, play on all platforms. People don't like it, too bad. Exactly. And, I think it's like if you were to ask me, are you still probably going to play a lot more on PlayStation? Probably, at least for now. That's why I'm saying the PS6 is, I can't wait to see what happens. I want to see if Sony's cage is going to get rattled with the PS6. I want to see what Microsoft is. Are they planning something with Helix? I don't know. But I do know eventually I'll have to upgrade my PC. Not necessarily exactly at this moment, but that day will come eventually. Like I said, the day's going to come where I have a Switch 2. I still have a PS5 Pro. Who knows? Maybe somebody will want to send me an Xbox Series X in my P.O. box. Wink, wink. Oh, what's that? You want me to play Gears of War E-Day on an Xbox Series X? I got a P.O. box. Ray will drop that P.O. box number. Wink, wink. Cough, cough. I'm swinging all ways now. I'm just kidding. Nobody feel pressure. You don't have to send me an Xbox. I'm kidding. Just send me a PC. Somebody buy me a $3,000 PC. How about that? Do not do that. I'm dead serious. I don't need that kind of fucking pressure on me. All right. Somebody sends me a $3,000 PC. You're like, you're playing it all the time, right? I'm like, nah, just sometimes. Get the RTX 6090. Oh man. No, but I think it's. I know that this isn't. Look, I understand that the reason why that Reddit post today was funny is people are like, who cares? Like, people play everywhere all the time. Jeez, I mean, you've said it yourself. You told me all the games you bought across all the different platforms. Now, I don't know if I could see myself being that well-rounded in all the different spaces. It will take time. And I'll have to, it will have to happen naturally. Like unfortunately, well, it's not unfortunate, but that is why I'm so entrenched in PlayStation, is because it did happen mostly naturally, where, I've been accused for quite some time where it's like, oh, you're just forcing it. You're just pretending. And you're not really enjoying. It's like, no, dude, the reason why I'm so deeply entrenched in PlayStation is because I actually really fucking like what they're doing. Not every single thing. Of course not. But that's what it is. Like, it is what it is. My hope is that when I go, as I start to dabble in different things, I genuinely, like, for example, the Duskbloods. Do we have a release date on the Duskbloods, by the way, yet? I've been mentioning that game numerous times, but just for my own sake, I want to see. No specific date yet. I swear to God, dude, they're gonna fucking launch. They're gonna launch it in September, right? But no, the Duskbloods is a good example of like a game that I genuinely like. That you don't have to convince me to play it. Like, there's no, we got to kind of nudge you. Other Nintendo games, probably, but that's where I'm like, it's a good way for me to maybe open the door to, here we go. It's been a long time since I've played Nintendo. Let's see. Blue Point should have been working on a Bloodborne remake for PS6. Fools. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. Apparently they wanted to. But Irvin, you're saying, let's be realistic. No matter how much you try to branch out, PlayStation will still be your primary platform, both personally and for your channel. Can't really deny that. Well, anything you see on my channel is a natural extension of me. So if you see me still having a PlayStation focus, yeah, that's not forced. That's not fake. If you see me talking about other games outside of PlayStation, that's not going to be something where it's like totally disconnected from my actual real life. It's kind of not a great thing, to be honest. Like it has its pros and its cons. The main con is that, yes, I do come off like people can clearly see my stubbornness and how when I get entrenched in something, I get entrenched in it. You know what I mean? Exactly. So why fight it? It's only getting you dunked on, MBG. Wait, fight what? Oh, that. Well, no, because I'm not hiding from it. Like anybody who's trying to dunk on me, it's like I spent the last week dunking on myself. It's like I get it. I've stated numerous times, like there's some things I didn't have to say. You know, the thing that I think people are getting wrong, though, the thing that people are getting wrong, truly, is like there are people coming at it from an angle where it's like, again, oh, you're like a grifter, or you're being like disingenuous, and it's like, listen, man, if people want to shit on me for making claims about, oh, I'm not doing this and I'm not doing that, and then I end up doing it, that's yes, I accept that. I take that L. I take that L. But people who want to have a problem with me for calling out Sony and for being fucking pissed with them, I don't accept that. I think that's wrong. It's like, you know, clown me all you want, but you can't deny that Sony deserves shit. They absolutely do. They really, really do. I don't think every single thing they're doing deserves shit. I don't think Wolverine should eat shit because Sony fucked up. Same thing with God of War Laufey. I don't think that. I think those games should be treated like what they are. They're games made by developers. You know, it's just unfortunate that they are seemingly, to an extent, going to get a little bit caught up in this. But I just, you know, it's one of these things where I won't bullshit you guys, right? I just tried Steam for the first time. It is funny to me that there's like a Reddit post out there that people are like, oh, I guess he's leaving to go to Steam. Like, that's not, like, there's literally nothing here on my channel. All that exists on my channel is me telling you that I made a Steam account and I'm going to start playing some games on Steam occasionally. And I'm going to expand and see what it's all about. That's what I've said. And I don't know why, like, for some reason, there's like this reaction by some people where like, well, I guess he's grifting the PC now. It's like, what is that? I don't even know what that looks like. What does that mean? It's like I'm a PC elitist now. What? Listen, from the highest level possible, I think where we are right now is here. You ready? And I do think I speak for maybe not the majority, but a lot of people. We are in a place where I think people absolutely love games and they have their preferences, whether they want to deny it or not. I think that's just the simple truth of the matter. Some people prefer PlayStation, some people prefer Xbox, some people prefer PC, some people prefer Nintendo. Hell, some people prefer mobile gaming. But I think we are all collectively finding it harder and harder to ignore that from a business level, things are getting worse, objectively worse, and they're not seemingly getting any better. And people are now realizing that they're in a position of you're either just going to say okay or what? No longer play where you prefer to play, no longer play the games you want to play, no longer partake. And I think a lot of people are in that position, whether they want to admit it or not. And I think everybody at the very least can acknowledge that sucks. No, we shouldn't have to be in that position. It's not my fault individually. It's not your fault individually. It's just the way it is right now. And, you know, I don't blame anybody out there for trying to fight, you know, for trying to do what they can. But I now understand like why it's so hard. It's like what can you do? You're very limited as an individual, even if you have a big following, even if you create some kind of movement. It's like, what are you really going to do? I don't know. It's happened before, but we will see. Anyway, I've totally digressed here. I've completely digressed. You're saying you found some conflicting dates. One says Sony's earnings is on July 31st. Another says it's on August 6th. Oh, yeah. So I'm pretty sure it's on August 6th. And you know what's funny about that, Irfan? Do you know what the rumored date for the GTA 6 Trailer 3 is? Oh my God, bro. Are you telling me that Sony planned this out so methodically that they're like, the day we drop our earnings, where we actually have to answer questions, we're gonna do it the same day GTA 6 Trailer 3 comes out? Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. That is ooh. That's some nasty shit right there, bro. That is some that's hard to accept. Like, they can't. Dude, this is literally like, what's that meme? What's that meme from Breaking Bad where it's Jesse screaming like he can't keep getting away with this like while crying? That's evil, man. Shit. Tweaktown reports GTA 6 Trailer 3 expected to arrive within 2 weeks, according to Insider. The Too Long Didn't Read version says Insider Tom Henderson predicts a third GTA 6 trailer around August 6th, timed with Take-Two's earnings. Though he has no firm evidence, fans want gameplay after 2 cinematic trailers. Sheesh. I mean, if you're Sony, that's the way you do it.
You can't keep getting away with it. You can't keep getting away with it.
Dude, perfect. Thank you, Irfan. Exactly. It's exactly that. And yeah, Marvel ToeCon releases August 6th. Oh, shit. A lot of distractions. All corporations do this. That's how they get around shareholders. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. I'll tell you what, though. I'll be paying attention. I mean, I know Sony too well at this point, man. I'm going to be honest. You're not going to get anything interesting out of their earnings. You're not. Like, they're going to be robotic. Even if they talk about this, they're literally going to just pretty much say the same thing they said in their blog post, just with a little bit more fluff. That's exactly what they're going to do. That's what Sony does. That's what they've been doing. And this is absolutely the last instance that they would change that. They're not going to change that. If there's ever a time they're not going to change it, it's right now. But like a Japanese company. Well, like I've said to you guys, I think gaming looks fantastic when it comes to games. I do. Like I cannot deny. I just can't do it, man. There are so many. Dude, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do, platform aside, in the coming months, games wise. There's way too much. And so much of it looks phenomenal. I just wish that, I don't know. I just wish that things were different on the business side. And yeah, that's it. I'm going to be honest. There's a lot of things I wish for the business side of games to get better, but I don't know. I think I'll put it this way. If there's going to be some kind of big fundamental shift or change in the games industry from a high business level, it's going to take something outside of the games industry to make it happen. Will I join the PlayStation Blackout movement? I'm not sure. I mean, I am planning on playing Metal Gear, but I mean, it will be easy for me to actually do it myself. I will just unplug my PlayStation from the internet and play Metal Gear offline. That's fine. You know? But do I think it's going to turn into do I think it's going to achieve anything? Unfortunately, I'm not so keen on that. I just got to finish this. I got to get this creatine. Unless the movement's like 40 or 50 million, Sony won't care. It'll be like 100K people from X and Reddit. I mean, maybe. Let me go check on it. Let me see. Well, the post is definitely gaining traction. Somebody says, sorry, but you're preaching to the minority here. Meanwhile, the most expensive digital versions of games are the top on PlayStation Network. Does it play responds? Make sure the minority grows then. Fuck off, nerds. No one cares. Oh my god, dude. I'll be like, dude, there's a lot of resistance. Very few are gonna do it. Yeah, this isn't gonna do anything. Hold on. I haven't plugged my PlayStation in since this started. Somebody says, I'm sorry, I can't do that. It's my only console. Do you want me to live like a monk during my holidays? Many more would be in my situation. Bro, you do not need to justify. So there's hold on. I want to read this exchange. I want to read this exchange because it is fascinating. This person says, sorry, I can't do that. It's my only console. Do you want me to live like a monk during my holidays? Many more would be in my situation. Does it play responds by saying, pretty sure even monks do more than just play games in their spare time. The person then responds by saying, people can carry with small things day after day without getting tired, until now at least, but the blackout is too much to have no certainty that it will not have any effect. It damages our quality of life too much. It is not only the login, it includes playing sessions too. It's hard. And then here's the part I want to point out. Somebody responds to this individual and says, quote, damages our quality of life too much, end quote. My dude, it's literally just not playing video games for a week, LMAO. Then this person felt the need to respond, saying, for you, it might be easy. For me, it's like torture. I'm a father of 2 little girls. This is my only time within a year to play regularly and calmly. I can disconnect my console from the network, but that's all. But then it's this reply. Somebody else chimes in. And this speaks to me. This speaks to me. This person says, bro, you don't need to justify yourself to strangers on the internet. I don't know. That just kind of spoke to me a little bit, you know? Because like the person is just like saying like, I just want to play my console on my holidays. You know, I look forward to it every day. And, you know, they're feeling like pressured, you know? And it's like, bro, don't just enjoy your life, man. You know? And I think it's just sad because like the person ended up getting kind of shit on needlessly. Where like somebody was like, oh, it ruins your quality of life so much. It's just not playing games for a week, LMAO. And it's like, this whole exchange, meanwhile, Sony's just making money, bro. Like, I'm sorry, man. I'll read a little bit more. Hold on. Titus, you're saying, hold on, let me check your last. Titus, you said, to be honest, the odds of success should never be the deciding factor in whether you stand up for your beliefs. If you're a slave to your appetites, you will never be free. And that's true too. Yeah, like that's why like I just think I'm almost beginning to think that the only thing that needs to be removed is the opinion of whether it will work or not, whether it will be successful or not. Either way, you know, like I think if you feel as though there's something you can do, whether it be just for you or for the bigger picture, do it. Just don't be an ass about it, you know, which I guess that's why I started to annoy some people because I was getting really aggressive with it. But sometimes you got to, you know, to wake people up. But if that's something you want to do it. You know, that's why I look at this PlayStation blackout movement and it's like, go for it. I doubt it will do anything, but more power to you. But I think I'll be honest though, like I think the people who really believe that like this is stupid and isn't going to do anything, like, but then why you even just go play the games then, man? Like, don't even pay attention to this. You know? I don't know. I think sometimes, I'll be honest with you, you know what I think is happening in some instances? I think some people have kind of been beaten into submission. Okay, that's a really, you know what? That's too much. It's not being beaten into submission. I think some people have they've embraced the defeat, you know, like, okay, like what's the point? You know, what's the point in fighting any of this? There is no point. It's been over. It's over. Let it go. And I think sometimes when they see people fighting for something, I think they project their, you know, a level of insecurity a little bit, you know, where it's like they feel the need to try to stomp that out, even though there's no reason for them to do so, because they are uncomfortable with the truth that you've given up the fight completely. Which is like, that's fine. Like, I don't even judge people that have. I've given up on a lot of things too. Like, I don't judge anybody like that. But I just don't understand the mentality of people that have to come out and be like, I'm gonna extinguish your flame immediately because you're an idiot. I feel like those people are very revealing, where it's like, no, I'm pretty sure you just need this person to submit next to you so you can feel confident that you did the right thing. So you can feel confident that you're right. God forbid you find out that there is a chance to win and you already gave up. That would be disastrous. So, I think that there's a level of psychology at play there. And I've been witnessing that unfold. And that's fine. And that exactly. If you think it's a lost battle and you don't want to waste your energy on it, you shouldn't. You definitely shouldn't. Life is short. But that's also why I just think it's like, pick your lane, and it's fine. Either lane is fine. If you want to fucking take it to the limit, and that's what gives you a purpose in life and makes you feel like you're doing the right thing, go for it. Just responsibly, But if you are like, I don't give a fuck, I just want to play my games, man. I don't care about any of this. I got bigger problems, man, Totally understandable. You got to live your life. You got to live your life, man. Live and let live, I suppose. But let me see. Let me go see what some of the other replies are saying here just to get a feel for it. Somebody says a lot of people liking and reposting. No disc, no buy. Count me in. Doing my part. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think that you know what's ironic about this? It's not, I mean, I guess it is ironic, but it makes me realize that this is the heart of the, let me word this correctly. There's a reason this isn't going to work. And that reason is this. The people who are in the process of trying to fight day in and day out through social media, through whatever vector they can, and they're trying to have Sony change their mind, it is not going to work, at least right now, because the biggest friction they're running into are other players, are other gamers, not Sony, not anybody involved with Sony, just other gamers. And that's how like this isn't going to work, because they're literally, you're waking up and realizing you're fighting people who want this future. And there are way more people that want this future, even if they don't even they're saying it without even realizing they're saying it. So you're fighting actual people, maybe bots, but we assume they're people. You're fighting them on the internet, where every post you make, you're just trying to get Sony's attention. Meanwhile, you're getting bombarded by people that are like, stop it. Not Sony telling you to stop it, other people, other gamers. And then you have a whole nother section of gamers that aren't, again, they're not even aware that any of this is happening, and they are ultimately in agreement, though, because they're doing it. They're playing on PlayStation, they're buying games digitally. That's it. And that's the extent of it. And this is that's the mountain you're up against, not Sony. And Sony knows it. And that's why I just think it's it's getting especially even worse when you see this amount of time go by, and then you start to see now you're seeing more people getting, like, you're seeing more pushback against those who are pushing back than you saw initially. Virtual Man with a $5 chat says, even if all our protests against Sony fail, at least we can say we did the right thing and stood up for what we believe in. I agree. And it's not easy to do that sometimes. Sometimes it is, but other times it's very hard. I don't want to make it seem like it's like that super serious. Like, there are much more serious things in life that we could be standing up for. That's for sure. But in this specific regard, in this circle that we all partake in, which is not just gaming, but enthusiast level gaming. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I stand up for it, or I stood up for it, and I still do, because I guess it's because it means something to me. There's memories I have, there's history I have, and even right now today, I know the level of satisfaction and enjoyment, and even if it's a small joy, but it's a joy nonetheless, that, like, yes, I look forward to my physical copy coming in the mail, or occasionally going to the store and picking one up. It's just, there's that little extra layer of joy that it just doesn't exist when I buy a game digitally. It doesn't necessarily change my gameplay experience, but that's the way it's been my whole life. And so that's just from a more personal level. But when you look at it from a more ethical level, in terms of ownership and how much control we should allow these corporations to have over the things we're paying them money for, that we should have some semblance of ownership, then it starts to get a little bit more real. And that's why I think in the end, we are going to win. I don't think it's a matter of if, I just think it's a matter of when. I don't see a future where we can go all digital and we don't have any ownership. I think it'll take time, but I think eventually that will happen, where it's like lawmakers will catch up and legislation will happen and it will catch up, and they'll be like, yeah, you gotta, like, things have to change because this isn't going to work. Maybe I'm naive for thinking that, but I do think it'll happen. Rationally right, you're saying you're extremely stubborn. Participated in other successful pressure campaigns against corporations. I haven't given up yet, nor will I until the PS6 is on shelves. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's where I stand. I haven't given up as much as I'm sitting on the sidelines for now. Well, I mean, I don't want to say I'm sitting on the side. That's not fair, because I'll still cover this. I guess I just mean, like, my level of aggression, I will be calm, and when the time is right, where it's time to get loud again, it's time to say something and really say it. And, we have an opportunity to strike. I'll be there for sure. And that goes for digital rights as well. I'm not going to quit the fight on digital rights either, because I realize now that, like, yeah, I never really thought about it on the PC side of things because I don't play on PC. But if that's how it's going to be, where everything's mostly going to be digital, and you don't really have any options anymore, we need, like, as a collective, I mean, genuinely, like, people need to understand, like, you're working, like, I'm assuming you're working for your money. You're putting in effort for your money that you're earning. These companies are, I mean, let's just face it. These companies are just straight up expecting your money at this point. And sure, I guess if they continue to deliver the things that you want, they can continue to expect it. But at some point, collectively, we have to realize that we should have more of a say, because it's your money. You're working for that money, But I just think life has a way of running people down. That's why like, I can just never fault the guy or the woman, who works all day, has just a lot going on in life, and this is their joy. And it is shitty that companies will try to take advantage of that and exploit that, because they're like, you're not gonna care. You're not gonna overthink it. This is how much we want, and we're gonna get it. And, people are tired and they're like, yeah, whatever, man. Sure. I just want to enjoy my shit. I'll never feel like, to me, that reveals a greater kind of, it almost gets into a conversation of like, should the workday, should there be a 5-day or, 5-day work week? Should it be less? Like, should we think about people's quality of life improving as a whole, and I don't know, man. It starts to get somewhat philosophical as it usually does, but yeah, life is a strange thing, and there's nothing wrong with fighting for what you believe in. Certainly not. But I also think on the flip side of that, there's nothing wrong with feeling tired and feeling like, you know what, man, I just want to fucking play some games. I can't fault either. I really can't. But anyway, we are approaching the 4-hour mark. I think that's probably where we're going to wrap up today's stream. I did want to have more conversations with you. Oh, you know what? We got to have one more conversation. There is one more topic we have to discuss. It's technically still in the realm of PlayStation because this game just launched on PlayStation 5. But guys, have you been seeing what's going on with Halo Campaign Evolved? I mean, I'm a little bit surprised. I gotta say. I haven't been paying that much attention to it, but it keeps popping up for me where, like, apparently they fucked this game up. I'm not saying people aren't enjoying it. I'm just there are parts of this game, Halo Campaign Evolved, that apparently Halo Studios fucked up. Where I keep seeing this game getting clowned on. And there's one thing in particular that even as a non-Halo like major fan or anything, even I was like, Bro, what? So apparently in Halo Campaign Evolved, they added some like bonus missions or something, like new missions. But people are pointing out that in these new missions, they added a female character that is a girl boss character that basically like demeans Master Chief and like kind of shits on him and like people are fucking losing it. They're like losing it because they're like, this is unfucking acceptable. And I think people are mad because it's like painfully obvious what happened here. And I mean, I'm not trying to be like the whole woke thing. I feel like that word's practically dead at this point, but like it is okay, there's another thing. I'm trying to find a clip of it. All right, hold on. I'm gonna bring this up. There's a couple of clips here. Oh, hold on. I just have to move this. So this person says, nothing sums up my experience with the remake more than this line delivery. In the original, this line is supposed to get you to respect Keyes' bravery and expertise while showing you a bit about Cortana's relationship with him. But now it's just an opportunity for her to be snarky. So
I knew it. The Autumn's accelerating. Keyes is going in manual. I knew it. The Autumn's accelerating. Keyes is going in manual. I knew it. The Autumn's accelerating. Keyes is going in manual.
I mean, I don't know. Do you think that's a bit nitpicky? I don't know. I don't care about Halo that much. But what do you think? I mean, you can tell it's a little bit different, but I don't know. I mean, you're talking about Halo fans here, man. They like, you're talking about the first Halo. Oh, Jesus. People trying to defend this character are paid actors, and no way is any ODST. People are saying they like uglified Cortana. I'm trying to find some of the.
Not bad, Spartan. I'm almost starting to believe the propaganda. Not bad, Spartan.
Goddamn. Bro. What is this? Oh man. I don't know what's happening. Like,
which again, big problem because you can do stuff like this on the live. Oh my god. He can't handle it. He can't handle elevation. Which again, big problem because you can do stuff like this on the library. Yeah, now he's stuck.
Is this so quiet?
He's totally done. I'm gonna put the controller down actually and just see how long this lasts. This stalemate that we find ourselves in. A little drink of water. Good to stay hydrated, lads.
Jeez. Yeah, I don't know. It says, as much as I love playing Campaign Evolved, this cutscene just isn't it. She's acting like she's the main character or something.
Nice work.
Thanks. Spartans aren't the only badasses in the UNSC. So, did you take out the Prophet?
Negative.
Whatever the...
I don't know. I don't know. People really don't like this new character, though. All right. Well, guys, that's going to do it for today's stream, though. I am running on a few hours of sleep and definitely feeling it at this point. So I don't think it's as big of a deal as they're making it sound, but it seems like people, generally speaking, expected a little bit more with this Halo remake. Just a little bit more. But Ray, thank you for that. If you guys want to join the MBG community Discord, Ray, RU46N2 Ray just dropped it down in the chat. Someone said you look tired at the start of stream. Yeah, I don't know why, man, but like there's just been these random evenings and nights where I start to feel like wired, you know? I even made sure not to have coffee in the afternoon yesterday. Same with today. And I'll just like, you know, I try to go to bed at like anywhere between 10:30 and 12. I try to go to sleep somewhere within that range. I try not to go past 12 because I get up at 6 a.m. I like to get up early. And I like to try to get at least 6 hours of sleep. But, you know, there's just some nights where I'll just lay down and it's like I'm just tossing and turning. I'm restless and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just get up. And before I know it, it's like 2 a.m. and it's like, huh. I had some magnesium yesterday, a little bit. I took this electrolyte packet and it was a little bit higher in the magnesium. That was good, Irfan. Yeah, it sounded just like the game, dude. Very good. But, yeah, I'm kind of accepting that. Sometimes we just don't get good sleep, you know? And so I'm just trying to embrace the idea of when that happens, I'm just going to be, you know, dragging ass. I still did what I had to do today, though, you know? I took care of all my responsibilities in the morning. I got a small workout in, very small. You know, was able to do my stream today. And so, yeah, I think now I'll just try to take it easy. But who is the president of the MBG fan club? I believe I did, Tribal Chief. Yeah. Yeah, the songs you sent me. But guys, that's gonna, I think, wrap it up for today. Okay. So I want to thank you all so much for hanging out with me and spending some time listening to me ramble. I do apologize. I know I'm gonna continually apologize for this, but I meant it for the stream to be a little bit more structured with different topics today. So I think I listened to that one too, Tribal Chief. Or no, actually, the girl singing. I got the one they were the older songs, I think you said. There was like an album. If you had sent another one, I must have missed it. Oh, that's your okay, interesting. Yeah, if I go back and look at it, I'll keep that in mind. That's pretty cool. I appreciate that. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. Really appreciate the support. Have to give a big shout out to the community. We hit over 100 members today somehow. Was not expecting that. I'd set the goal of 50, which I already thought was high enough, but you guys came in and killed it today. Shout out to Detective Seeds. I gotta remember his new name. Raven's Den, I think is what it is, right? He came in, he dropped a lot of support for the community today, and Hellbound, Corey, everybody else, thank you guys so much for that. I will have more members content coming for you guys this coming week, so please look forward to that. And also want to thank everybody who dropped any super chats or direct donations. You guys make it possible for me to continue to do this. Hopefully I'll get some better sleep tonight and be better rested for tomorrow and the upcoming week. And that's it. Also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps. So, you know, if you see him in the comments with those timestamps, give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he appreciates it. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do. The only other request I have is make sure you hit that like button as you're heading out if you didn't already. And that's it. Guys, please enjoy the rest of your day, evening, or night. I will catch you very soon in the next one. Until then, take care, everyone.